The story unfolds with an interesting rumor about a man in this world that even the armed groups are afraid of whenever they see him. His name is Peter, and the most surprising thing about Peter is that he is an older man in his 60s. It would have been better for him if he had died years ago, but unfortunately, Peter has been chased down by thousands of killers, and he has also lost all the assets he acquired throughout his life. And now, those after him threaten his loyalty to the organization, even though Peter is a legend among them. The scene shifts, where Peter is standing over the heaps of men he killed and only one guy left out of them. He recognizes that the man standing before him is Peter, even though Peter is wearing a funny mask on his face. The injured man is in shock to realize that Peter is still alive, even though he is legendary Peter when thousands of killers chase him down. Peter just walks towards the injured man calmly and tells him that the reason, even though thousands of killers are after him, they have never been able to find him is because the Peter they are looking for is no longer who he used to be. Then he takes off his mask, and the man is shocked when he sees the face of Peter as he can't believe his eyes and thinks that it is impossible what he is seeing. Peter casually points his gun at the man while smoking a cigarette and shoots him. The scene shifts to 3 months back, when Peter is standing in his bookstore. Meanwhile, he receives a call. The guy advises him to stop ignoring the calls and visit the hospital. The person on the call reminds him that if he continues to do that, then he will die in less than 3 months. But it looks like Peter is not afraid to death as he is gathering his mountain of pills. While settling the books in the racks, he thinks he has been handling death and life situations throughout his life, and how he gave the last 50 years of his life to the organization and admits that he doesn't regret anything. While sorting books, he comes across a book titled How to Take Portraits. He realizes that he has yet to take any photos of himself. He looks into the mirror while watching his old body carrying a book pile. That might be the only regret he has. A schoolgirl wearing a school uniform and holding her bag walks into his shop. She greets Peter and tells him she wants to buy a middle school textbook. Peter, sorting the books in the other corner of his shop, welcomes her while turning around with a customer-friendly persona and cracks a joke as he sells every book he has there except the one he doesn't. A student asks if he sells used textbooks. Peter replied that he had textbooks from the 1960s to 2020, including books from different countries, and Peter asked which one she liked and suggested she get the latest one. The girl explains that she wants these for her younger sibling. Peter assumes she is probably a student from the nearby high school, and he starts picking out the books for her. Peter notices that her name tag is green, so he concludes that she is a senior, which the girl confirms. She is impressed by Peter's sharpness and asks how he knows so much. Peter replies that he knows everything about everyone in the neighborhood. Peter brings out a set of brand new books, which shocks her. She explains that these are not the ones she wants to buy. She adds that she has only 1,001 Korean currency and can't buy all these brand new books. Peter smiles and tells her he no longer needs these so she can have them. The girl tries to refuse, but Peter tears off the book's plastic cover and tells her that these are no longer brand new. She tells him that he doesn't need to do that for her, but he assures her that it is okay. Just by looking into her eyes, Peter reveals to her that he knows how much she adores her younger sibling and tells her that she should be good to them while she has the chance. This surprises the girl. Peter adds that she will regret it if she doesn't. When Peter is packing the books for her, the girl calls him Grandpa while trying to get his attention, so Peter tells her she should call him Mr. The girl then asks Peter if he has ever regretted anything before. Peter tells her that their regrets increase as they live longer. Peter recalls a time when he had to leave his daughter so they both could stay alive. He tells the girl they can't do anything to change the past. Peter then tells her to go home and take care of her siblings and avoid the things she would regret later. Just then, the girl is about to stab Peter in the back, but it looks like Peter already knows that she has been sent here to kill him, and tells her that she should turn back and promises not to kill her if she does. Hearing this, the girl is shocked and wonders how he knows why she is here. Peter reveals that he has memorized the faces of every student at the high school. To confirm, Peter tells her that she tells him that she is a senior, but that the high school was built just 2 years ago. The girl realizes that Peter has caught her. Peter points out that the knife she carried with her smells of blood, a scent that he has been exposed to for many years of his life. He mocks her for attempting to hide the smell with cheap perfume. The girl decides to go ahead and attack him because she has already come so far and she has no other choice. She then takes the knife and tries to stab him, but suddenly starts to feel afraid that she will be the one who dies, but reminds herself that she is the one with a knife. Peter says she can still have the books because he knows what she said about her young sibling is real. Judging by how the girl speaks, Peter confirms that she is also from the same organization as him, and the girl realizes that she blew her cover when she used honorifics by accident. Peter tells her she is from Glory Orphanage like him, and their way of work has not changed yet. Peter claims that she is not trained well yet. Peter then tells her that Plan B occurs if their volunteer service fails in their organization. Suddenly, 2 other men crash into the store through the roof and start shooting them. Peter pushes the girl away and reveals that their organization, if the mission is unsuccessful, then the assassin needs to be neutralized. She notices that Peter got hit by one of the bullets and it went through his stomach. The other 2 men open fire again, and Peter tries to fight back by shooting at them too. But unfortunately, one of them grabs the girl while the other punches the older man and wonders how such a weak man could be Peter. Meanwhile, a man with octopus tattoo on his head arrives. His code name is 8-Legged Man, and he is the boss's informant. He talks about how Peter has the most extraordinary reputation in their organization and is the highest ranked agent, but now he's nothing about the disease. While lying on the floor, Peter tells them to come straight to the point and tell him the reason they want to kill him. In response, the 8-Legged tells him that the boss doesn't like him. Peter seems confused to hear that, so the informant explains that there's a massive bounty of 76 billion won on Peter's head, which thousands of killers would be trying to win the moment he steps out of the organization. Peter finds it funny that the bounty is the same amount in his bank account. The informant confirms that's indeed his money. The bounty is the money he saved up over the years while risking his life, but now that money would be going into someone else's hand, and the 8-Legged wants to be that person. 8-Legged asks Peter to die by his hands and punches him in the face, and the other man joins him. Peter is sent flying into the other room. They assume that Peter has been knocked out. The 8-Legged look disappointed as the fight ended so quickly and asks the other man to clean up the mess. 8-Legged looks closer at Peter, but Peter surprises him with a flashbang and escapes through the door. They realize that they have been tricked, and the 8-Legged orders his men to go after Peter as he couldn't have gone far with a bullet in his stomach. Those 2 men go out on a rainy night to search for Peter. It is raining heavily outside, and Peter is huffing in pain, lying in the park's playing area. Peter thinks that he is not in a position to fight back. He is bleeding badly, huffing in pain, and realizing that he is too old now. Peter thinks back about his life as he lived daily for the organization. At an early age, when other boys of his age were studying in school, Peter was learning how to swing a knife and kill people. When his age fellows were learning from schools, he was learning to wiretap and eavesdrop until his ears bled. When other guys were dating and romancing, he became a Russian spy, living with Frostbite 247. When others were planning their families, he was fighting against the terrorist groups to survive. Peter worked for this organization by constantly putting his life on the line. The situation changed when the new boss took over the organization's charges. The new boss feels Peter is too old, but Peter is sick and soft now, so he wants Peter to die. Peter is groaning in pain at the playground and recalls giving everything to the organization and never asking for anything in return, and now they are treating him in that way. Then he angrily questions himself, saying that his life is worthless for them. At least he doesn't deserve to be treated like that. Peter motivates himself that he can't die like that. He will not allow anyone to take his money. He then remembers his daughter, whom he left behind many years ago. He then unconsciously falls to the ground. He is bleeding badly. At the 8-Legged hideout, the other 2 killers are cooking something in the kitchen and talking about how they would have won the bounty if they had not let Peter slip away. The second man wonders why such a massive bounty is on the older man's head. The first man explains that it's probably the least they could do to respect such a legend. The second man is only after the money and doesn't care if Peter is a legend. He wants that money so much that he gives up his kickboxing championship title just to become a bounty hunter to kill the older man. By holding Peter's picture, they will kill him and take that bounty. Suddenly, they are interrupted by a man telling them that this is the only picture that shows his face. When they turn around, they are shocked to see Peter standing in front of them. But they realize that Peter is an older man, but the man standing in front of them is young. They assume that he's someone else wearing the same outfit. Peter himself admits that he doesn't know what happened and claims that when he woke up, he was already like this, and judging a bullet hole and blood on his shirt, Peter realized that he was him. The second man tells him he is in the wrong place. He assumes he is just a student and tells him he shouldn't be there. Peter tells him that he knows everything, that's why he is here, and then Peter grabs his hand and asks him to take him to the eight-legged man. Hearing this, they assume that this young man is also in their line of work. The second man tells him that he has to die to reduce the competition, and he tries to punch him, but Peter stops his fist with his palm. The man is shocked to see his strength and wonders if it might be the legend. Peter crushes the bones of his hand with his bare hand. A first man tries to stab Peter from behind, but Peter quickly turns around and lands several hits on him while he is in the air. The second man grabs a knife to fight and asks Peter who sent him here. Peter replies that the men who master cutlery weapons are third class at best. The man gets confused by this, but Peter continues by adding the men who mastered all weapons are second class, but those who can use anything as a weapon are first class. After saying this, Peter grabs a scarf nearby and wraps it around his hands to use it as a weapon. The man charges at Peter with the knife, but suddenly, Peter throws his knife away with that scarf, wrap it around the neck of that man, and throw him into the big pot of spaghetti while holding his neck and defeating the man. While lying on the floor, the man asks Peter who he is. Peter picks up the picture they took of him and remembers the bounty eight-legged told him if he leaves the organization. Peter confirms that that's the only picture they have of him. When he confirms it, Peter burns it while lighting a cigarette and claims that if thousands of men were after him, they would never find him because the old Peter they are looking for is already dead. He has become the younger version of himself when he opens his eyes. Peter has rejuvenated. The eight-legged is going back in their Mercedes car, and the girl is also with him. The eight-legged man says they lost Peter when they are about to catch him. Peter will be wanted everywhere soon, but they must catch him before that. Peter will also be dead soon due to cancer and suggests that he show some kindness to his subordinates because of his condition. Peter leaves the eight-legged hideout, and later he is staring at himself shirtless in a mirror. Peter can't believe what is happening to him and how he suddenly transformed into his younger age. The bullet that was in his stomach is now gone, and even the pain he was suffering due to cancer is also gone, even though he has no idea how it all happened. But most importantly, the bounty hunters can't recognize him now by his appearance. Peter knows they will always find the traces he leaves behind, but they will never see the older Peter they are searching for. He changes his clothes, as these are not fit for him now. Just then, Peter hears two thugs talking. Peter approaches them and tells them to take their cigarettes outside since they are in a non-smoking area. The thugs try to intimidate him, but Peter insists they go out. The fat one of them slaps Peter and tells him he will let him go since he is feeling good today, but don't look around them again. Peter walks away as he doesn't want to waste his time. The thugs think he is afraid of them, but Peter will lock the door and claim he will deal with them quickly. Peter walks towards them. The thugs are confident they will take him on and assume that Peter will teach them manners. Peter rolls their sleeves and tells them he will teach them a lesson for not respecting their elders. The fat thug again tries to slap Peter, but Peter lands a nasty punch on his stomach. He flies away and falls to the floor. The other thug pulls out his knife and tries to threaten Peter, asking him if he knows whom he is messing with. Peter replies that he doesn't know him, but Peter confirms that he is holding a pocket knife incorrectly. The thug looks confused, then Peter explains that he will cut his finger if he swings the knife the way he is holding it. Peter then thinks the person who will swing the knife doesn't have his arm in front of him. Then suddenly, the thug tries to swing his knife at Peter, but Peter manages to hit his hand holding the knife and disarm him quickly. After that, Peter swiftly hits him on the neck, making him fall to the ground while he is keeping his neck in pain. While standing in front of Thug, Peter tells him he doesn't try to stab him. If he did, then he should have died earlier. The thug begins to fear Peter and asks him for his identity. Peter doesn't know what kind of bad jobs he does for a living, but if he knows who Peter is, he must die here. Peter then grabs him by his shoulder and tells him that if he wants to know who he is, then he indeed has to die after that. Thug frightens and pees in his pant and says he will surely do legal things from now onwards. Peter then takes all of the thug's clothes and leaves him naked in the restroom. On his way out of the place, Peter checks his bank account and sees all his money has disappeared. He angrily thinks he has warned them not to touch it. He realized that they had started the war. Around himself, Peter hears two students talking about scholarships. One says they got a scholarship from the Glory Club, and the other admires him. Peter remembers the place where he grew up, Glory Orphanage, which was operated by a religious facility on a small scale, and now, after 50 years, they are supporting children who are suffering from terrible food shortages. Glory Club has grown to cover all the political and business world corners. It is a company Peter has been part of for many years. Now, Peter wants to dismantle this by his own hands. The scene shifts and Eight-Legged enters the butcher's shop, where a guy sitting on a chair asks him if he has come alone to capture him. Eight-Legged replies that he is not Peter, he is alone, which is enough for people like his level. The butcher says they will die soon if they keep on trusting in Peter. Eight-Legged replies, "Does it matter if someone else dies too early?" Eight-Legged wants to finish their introduction and wrap things up quickly, so finishing soon is less painful. The butcher smiles and says they have guests, so they prepare an entire supper for them, and he gathers his guards to surround the Eight-Legged. This is the Wagner Mercenary Base, the best private military company in the West since 1948. The head of the company thinks that Eight-Legged is not among the top 12 best in the Glory Club and wonders why he is so confident while standing there alone. Then he orders his men to attack Eight-Legged at once, but Eight-Legged kills them all in one go using his signature skill, entire body hypermobility. After seeing this, the leader falls to the ground united, and asks how an average human can do that. He yells for the killer to stay away from him, but Eight-Legged moves towards the leader and kills him. Eight-Legged enters his hideout with the girl earlier. She tells Eight-Legged that his assassin guys are dead, someone very carefully kills them, and he leaves no trace behind. Killer destroys all the security cameras as well. Eight-Legged assumes only one man can do that, and he's none other than Peter. Eight-Legged wonders what kind of tricks this older man has used to stay alive, and even managed to kill his men in his hideout. He thinks Peter's bounty will drop soon, and wants to kill him before anyone else. Eight-Legged orders the girl to go and find Peter's hideout, and report him back. The girl stays silent a bit, thinking about the time back at the bookstore where the kind older man saved her life in an assassination attempt. The girl accepts the orders. After that, they walk into the restaurant. The waiter tells Eight-Legged that someone is waiting for him inside, and the waiter asks Peter if he has a particular reservation as it is not a working day. Peter looks up and explains that he has no reservations but comes here with a grudge. The Eight-Legged man asks if he pressed him for his tab or something in the past, but Peter says he is somehow correct as his tab is way too big. Peter glares at him and tells him the tab is about 76 billion. Peter says this to the legged man. He initially smiles and thinks it's just a joke, but he fears when he realizes what he is talking about and orders his man to lock the door. The Eight-Legged assumes that he might be connected to Peter and assures him that he won't be leaving the restaurant alive. The Eight-Legged looks curious to know who the young man is and how he knows about Peter's information. The Eight-Legged confirms that he is not from his Glory Club and doesn't even have information about this man. As the waiter loads his gun, the Eight-Legged wonders if the young man is Peter's secret child or his disciple. Eight-Legged corrects himself by remembering that Peter has always worked alone. Eight-Legged then offers Peter the chance to get out alive and gives Peter two options. One is to tell him the exact location of Peter and walk out alive, and the second is to fight and die with a bullet to his head. Peter replies Eight-Legged that he offers good choices, but Peter doesn't need anyone from it. Peter gives him option 3, which is that his name is Peter. Peter tells Eight-Legged that his name is Peter, and he is the one who kills his subordinates. Eight-Legged doesn't take it seriously as he is unsure what the young man is discussing. Peter replies that a young guy like him has terrible hearing, and Peter repeats that he killed his two subordinates. The Eight-Legged man is still not sure what's going on, and he doesn't believe Peter is the man sitting in front of him. He mentally debates himself about who the man is and why he would attack them. He calls out Peter, who he still thinks is an average student, and threatens him while the high school girl and the waiter pull out their weapons. The Eight-Legged asks again to reveal his relationship with Peter. Peter watches them as the girl pulls out her knife, ready to fight. Peter tells the Eight-Legged man that there's one way he can find out about the relationship, and when the Eight-Legged man asks what it is, Peter tells him that he would have to kill him. Eight-Legged smiles and says he is best at killing people. He then gives his waiter the signal to shoot Peter and tells him to make sure that he can breathe after that. When the waiter pulls the trigger, Peter throws his chopstick so accurately that it hits the waiter's throat, and he falls to the ground and starts bleeding. A girl cannot believe what she has just seen and stares at the waiter. Peter picked up a new pair of chopsticks and continued eating his meal. The young girl is very impressed by Peter's move and admires him, as no one in her organization can do that. The eight-legged man is impressed and compliments his flashy skill as he walks over to the waiter's body. He admires Peter's skills and asks him what club he is from, offering him the chance to join the Glory Club. The eight-legged pretends to be friendly, but when he gets close enough to Peter, he pulls out his gun and starts shooting numerous bullets at Peter. Peter swiftly hides behind the table and throws a chili sauce bottle on the ground to save him from bullets. The eight-legged man laughs as the bullets go through the table when he sees the red liquid flowing from underneath it. The eight-legged man calls Peter a kid, thinking he can stop the bullets from falling from the table. Eight-legged smiles. He believes he has injured the young man and offers him one last chance to reveal his relationship with Peter. He then rushes behind the table to kill that young guy, but he is in shock after seeing that he is not there and realizes that it is chili sauce, not blood. Eight-legged rushes here and there in search of Peter. He checks behind the pillar, but no one is there. When he looks up, Peter spits chili sauce on his face, jumps on eight-legged, tricks his hand, and punches him on his gun-holding hand, which destroys the gun. After disarming him, Peter lands a nasty blow to his face. The eight-legged faints and can't see anything correctly, and he is bleeding from the mouth. Peter twists his head backward like he is breaking his neck, and the eight-legged person falls on the ground with his head facing backward. Peter looks at him and starts walking in the other direction. Eight-legged thinks he has faced countless opponents, but he has never seen a skilled fighter like this young guy. Eight-legged starts reminding his training sessions when he was a young guy, and his mentor was teaching them all that one day all will have a strong opponent, and they need to attack that opponent when he is distracted by something. Eight-legged reminds himself that he has created a unique technique to tackle such opponents, and only he can use that technique. That technique is that he could pin his opponent to the ground like a mixed martial arts fighter and twist them up until they were begging for their lives. His trainer pushed him further, claiming he should make his grip so tight that it could kill the opponent. With time, this was precisely what he did. His trainer still has one more lesson for him. He should never turn his back on his opponent, even if he thinks the fight is over. After mastering the art, the eight-legged completed his unique technique and was sure he would never lose a battle against anyone. Before Peter walks out of the place, he grabs Peter by his leg, applies his unique technique, rounds himself on Peter's body, and starts breaking his bones. The young guy screams, the eight-legged grip tightens, and he tells Peter that he was doing this when he wasn't even born, and that he has far more experience than a newbie like him. Peter stands beside him and asks how much time he requires to complete his unique technique. Eight-legged is in shock. He thinks he is applying this on Peter, but he grabs his waiter, applies his exceptional technique, and kills him. He realizes he has fainted and can't learn to whom he holds. The eight-legged looks at the young guy in horror, as he has been in this line of work for decades, and that's why he is sure that he is going to die at the hands of this skilled young man. The eight-legged thinks that he might be better than the 12 apostles, so he offers Peter a talk and begs Peter to wait and take him out. By saying this, he gets up and immediately grabs his subordinate girl. He then gives Peter an offer to spare his life in return for that girl. He can take her and do anything he wants with her. The girl refuses to go with Peter, but eight-legged shuts her up. Peter accepts the deal and admires how quickly all the Glory Club members make deals to save their lives. The eight-legged man throws the girl to Peter and runs to the exit door. He tells Peter he will pretend that nothing has happened between them and says he can use that girl now. Peter reminds eight-legged about particular techniques. He stops in shock at how he knows his unique technique. When he turns around, Peter repeats a familiar phrase that his trainer always said to him back then. He told him that if he shows his back to his opponent when he think he have won, he will surely lose his head. Eight-legged recalls what his mentor said during training. He sees the resemblance between Peter and his trainer. He realizes Peter is the young man standing before him. Peter then reminds him of what he said earlier about how none of his opponents have lived to tell the tale after hearing his name. Peter rushes towards him and twists the flexible 8-legged man to the point that his bones snap and kill him on the spot. The scene shifts, the head of the Glory Club exercising on the roof of his office, wearing only shorts. He has a woman's tattoo on his back. His subordinates reported that the 8-legged is dead now, and it is confirmed. Data from CCTV is removed, and there are no clues about the killer. The boss replies to an older man who has been shot with a bullet and is on the verge of death, how he killed 4 trained men without leaving any trace. The boss tells his subordinate that the bounty of 76 billion is up for the mission of SSS level and orders his subordinate to tell all the members of the Glory Club that from now they are all allowed to kill Peter wherever they see him. The scene shifts to the busy streets of the town. A boy in a public place points his father towards the Glory Club's advertisement, stating that they started their service. Everyone else also turns up to look up the latest advertisement, and among them, Peter is also looking at the big screen. It's a coded message from Glory Club. A picture of the old Peter is on display along with the message for seeking help for the elderly and homeless. Under the ad is the phone number for the people to call if they like to donate. They are also distributing flyers on the street. One of them approaches Peter and hands him a flyer, asking him to donate 20,000 won a month as it is a non-profit organization. Peter looks at the flyer, squeezing it up and claiming he'll take down the Glory Club himself. Peter decides to bring down the organization, and only one person comes to his mind to help him with his mission. Unfortunately, the person is weird, but Peter doesn't have many options. Later that night, Peter enters a demolished bathroom. He sees many people sleeping on the floor. Even the security guard sleeps with them. Peter walks through the unclean people and wonders how their numbers keep rising each time he visits. After that, he gets to the other side of the washroom and goes to the wall to check out the posters pasted on the wall. He traces his hand across the wall as if he is trying to locate something. He then recalls that it was between the posters of organ trafficking and steaming night. Finally, he finds the spot he's been looking for and pushes the secret button to unveil a hidden passage. He passes through the secret door, down the dark stairs, and reaches a beautifully furnished apartment. Peter says it's not his first time in this place, but it is fantastic as always. He looks around the apartment and admires the owner for his choice of keeping expensive bottles of wine lined up on the shelves. Then suddenly, a sharp thing touches his neck. When he looks over, he finds a lady holding the stick. Peter notices she is blind and assumes all these expensive things in the apartment are useless to her as she can't even see them. Peter notices that his loyal dog doesn't like him much and starts barking at him in hostility. Hearing Peter's voice puts a slight smile on a blind woman's face, and she concludes that she'd soon have to get rid of a corpse for the first time in a while. Blind women use their enhanced sense of smell to sniff out Peter practically. She realizes that Peter is young and he is not a beggar. She even concludes that he exudes killing intent rather than a desire to rob her. She is not an average, weak, blind woman, and she proves it when she swings her stick at Peter. She suspects that Glory Club sends Peter. Peter thinks she is more accurate than most people, but Peter is too quick and needs to catch up. She continues to swing her stick, but Peter manages to dodge each attack with excellent skills. She tells Peter to be careful not to damage her expensive wallpaper with his incredible speed. With great speed, the blind woman throws her stick at Peter like a javelin athlete, but again, Peter dodges it sharply. The stick sticks to the wall beside Peter. Peter wonders if the lady is blind. She then tries to hit Peter with a leg kick and taunts Peter, saying that she's such a good fighter even though she is blind. But unfortunately for her, Peter is sharp enough, so he catches her midair and grabs her arm and leg before throwing her. Peter's speed and skills send blind women into amazement. However, it looks like she also has some tricks under her belt as she pulls out a knife and holds it against Peter's face while he drops her to the couch. She admits and surprised to see someone of his caliber is still be a member of the Glory Club. She taunts Peter that she didn't sense any killing intent in Peter's move and reminds Peter how bad it will be if he murders disabled women. She tells Peter that she doesn't have any choice as her work only ends when he kills a person. Then she orders her dog to attack Peter, Alexander Macking. Without wasting time, Alexander hurls himself at Peter, ready to bite him with his sharp teeth. But something unexpected happens when Peter suddenly calms down the vicious dog, and Alexander lies on his back and enjoys a nice belly rub, while the blind lady is lying with great amazement. A few moments later, a blind lady opens a bottle of Jack Anals. Peter then explains that he is no longer an older man, but is back to the specially trained killer stud he used to be. The blind lady couldn't believe his age conversion and felt Peter's face with her hands to confirm that he was not lying to her. She affirms that Peter's skin is even softer and that the smell of his old man is also not there. She looks surprised. After feeling face for 30 minutes, she still doesn't understand what Peter tells her. Suddenly, he funnily falls on the couch and asks Peter that's how he died. Peter asks what she is doing. She asks Peter how he died so she can repeat the posture. She stands back and asks if the posture is not essential, and if the method by which he was attacked may be necessary. She continues to interrogate Peter, asking if he was killed with a gun, knife, or any poison. With a desperate look on her face, she asks Peter to explain so she can rejuvenate like him. Suddenly, a boil appears on her forehead, implying that Peter smacks her so they can change the topic. She asks Peter if he has to go to the Glory Club alone. Peter replies yes. She asks Peter how he is planning to do that. Peter replies he is going inside using the Eye of the Storm. She questions what Eye of the Storm. Peter explains to her that Glory is chasing him and he wants to finish Glory by going inside again. He plans to become a killer for the Glory Club again, and that's the best way to take down the organization from the inside. By hearing this, the blind lady rejects the idea, but she soon realizes that it's a good idea. She points out how he has become younger and that no one will recognize him, and he can easily infiltrate the organization undercover. Whatever their plans to kill Peter, Peter will be well aware of that. She is impressed by Peter's move. She pulls Peter by his tie and starts flirting with him. She tells Peter that he has become scary. Peter looks uncomfortable and tells her to let him go because she is more terrifying than him, and she lets go of his tie. She tells Peter that to become a member of the Glory Club, he has to graduate from Glory Orphanage, which looks impossible. As old Peter has already graduated from Glory Orphanage, but in his current appearance, he is nothing but an outsider. It seems like there is no way to become a killer of the Glory Club. Peter tells her that she is wrong and that there is a way. He will be a student of Glory Club's high school, and at this point, he is still determining what kind of organization this club is supposed to be. How do they have an orphanage, a school, and a killer at the same time? Peter gets admitted to the school and enters when all the girls start flirting with him over his beautiful face and perfect body. Peter's new name is Kim Sungu. It's time to head towards the auditorium, and even one of the teachers tries to make advances on him, but he has no interest in whatever is happening around him. He thinks that the institute looks like a regular school from the outside, but in reality, its primary purpose is fostering killers. There's even a killer intensive class that operates secretly where students get training on how to kill a person. Peter, entering as Kim, realizes that it is the only way to become one of the Glory Club killers. He thinks about his plan while admirers from men and women surround him. Peter arrives at the auditorium for the girls' original ballet grand prize. He walks into the hall while his blind friend communicates with him, reminding him that only orphanage graduates are eligible for the killer class. She asks Peter if he has a way to get in. Peter reveals that he has only one way, an exception, and that it rarely happens. He has to get the management's intentions. To do so, Peter walks up to the stage and takes the mic. Miss Murdoch, blind lady, and her dog Macking return home. They are in shock at what he is going to do. Peter introduces himself as Kim Sungu, the new transfer student. Students are in shock and ask what Peter is doing. Peter ignores everyone's questions, continues his introduction, tells them about his love for fighting, and tells everyone that he is a killer. Everyone is horrified, including a blind lady and her dog back home. There is a group of faceless people with glowing red eyes listening to what Peter is saying, and they are all armed with deadly weapons. Peter confirms that he forgot to tell them one last and important thing. He then gets closer to the mic and tells everyone that he is going to be a killer who is good at studying, and with a smile on his face, he closes his speech by telling everyone to take care of him while he is at their school. One of the students watching Peter's speech on the phone finds it funny, and he thinks he can become an academic killer. On the other hand, another student suggests that Peter's confidence is tremendous. Just then, a fat guy pushes the girl with the phone out of the way, and with that fat guy, Peter finds himself surrounded by some other students. Peter assumes that his plan has worked. The fat guy with a scar on his lips is the first to confront Peter. The fat guy asks Peter, calling him a killer if he seduces Yejin. Peter looks confused and has no idea what that fat guy is talking about. The fat guy starts weeping and curses Peter, Jang Yaesel, for a long time. He's been in love with only one girl, Yejin, and they have been dating for 20 days. They have been in a very blissful and romantic relationship. That's enough time to fall in love. Jang loves Yejin a lot, and they have been crowned as the best lovers of Divine Honor High School. Unfortunately, Peter steals Jang's love from him, so Jang is here to take revenge. Jang charges Peter and tries to punch him, but Peter is too fast for him. He swiftly dodges Jang's punch and prepares a mighty right-hand punch on Jang's face. Jang Yaesel is popular here because he conquered the Mapo district alone with his fists. He is a tough guy. However, for the first time in Jang's life, he senses death when he sees Peter's punch racing towards his face. When the punch is about to hit Jang's face, he closes his eyes and apologizes to Yejin for being unable to protect her. Peter stops his fist and decides not to hit a powerful punch on his face, but flick Jang on his forehead. Jang falls to the ground, shivering with his swollen forehead, while Peter stands before Jang. The teacher calls out to Peter and runs towards him with a red card in hand. He asks Peter how dare he is fighting here. The teacher grabs Peter by his cheek in anger and asks Peter what his father does for a living. Peter replies that his father is dead, which makes the teacher feel sorry, and he apologizes to Peter. The teacher doesn't let go of that cheek, pulls Peter away, and tells Peter to follow him, as he keeps asking him how he dares to fight in their school. Jang gets back on his feet and yells at Peter to let him go. It seems like he is still unconscious. Another student tells him that Peter is not holding him anymore. Hidden-faced killer students appeared again, and they were deciding what they should do about Peter. One suggests waiting a little more and finding out more about him, while the other agrees as they find it fun. Another student suggests killing Peter. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, the teacher is still dragging Peter by his cheek and tells Peter to follow him. Peter replies that he is already following him. Some other students who have just watched this all gossip that the new transfer student is crazy, while others think he is in his emo phase, which they believe is excellent. Then a girl who tried to kill Peter in his bookshop. She sees him while dragged by the teacher, and she is horrified because she thinks Peter has been transferred into the school to destroy it from the inside. That girl's name is Yunbiol, and Peter goes to her and asks to sit beside her. Yunbiol asks Peter what he is doing here. Peter replies that people are still following him, so he flees. Then Peter asks her why she is sitting here. Yunbiol replies that she is sitting there because she doesn't have an appetite. Peter rejects her reason as he notices the mountain of food on her tray. The girl turns away from Peter, calling him noisy. Yunbiol starts thinking back to the night at the eight-legged hideout when the eight-legged offered her to Peter in return for his life. She remembers how Peter asked her to tell the organization that the old Peter killed the people there. Peter's told her she had to do it if she wanted to live. The girl reminds Peter that she did as he tells her and keeps her promise. Then she asks Peter why he is here and finds her. Peter explains that he is not particularly here to see her. A girl with a mouth full of strawberries asks Peter that he is now here to kill her. Peter refuses and tells them that he is not here to kill her. She explained that the organization monitors her every move because of Peter, and he might know how difficult it is for her. Peter tells Yunbiol that she should put up with whatever she's going through. He reminds her that the only reason she's alive and eating today is because he saved her life. She tells Peter that he wasn't the one who saved her life, but she survived on her own. Peter lets go of the topic and accepts her claim. She then asks Peter about the organization. As she doesn't know about the organization, she has no idea how scary the place is, and she claims that he doesn't even know who she is. She asks Peter how an outsider like him can harm an organization from the inside. Peter asks her for help in doing this. She gets up, starts walking away, and asks why she will help him. To convince her, Peter tells her they are in the same boat as they both know nothing and that he is counting on her. Peter calls her Yunbiol, then changes his mind and addresses her as Lee Yuna. The girl stops in amazement at how he knows her real name. When she turns around to Peter, she sees that Peter is gone. The scene shifts, and the Divine Honor High School students preparing for the athletic competition. A student named Jonathan running a sprint race, a man who is known as Usain Bolt at Divine Honor High School, and he holds the 400-meter sprint high school record. But today is his retirement day as a new student, and it will smash his record. Jonathan runs with all his power, but Peter effortlessly goes past him. After the race, Peter receives cheers from fangirls around. Jonathan is seen sitting after losing the race, and Jang is sitting next to him. Meanwhile, one of the killer students with red glowing eyes is watching everything from the bushes. Later, Peter is going through the eye test, where other students find it challenging to read tiny numbers on the wall, but Peter casually reads all with one eye. Other students are amazed. Someone keeps observing this from the shadows once again. In class today, students will learn how to cut fruits extravagantly. The teacher and other students assume that Peter probably doesn't know how to cut fruits and that he hasn't held a knife before, so they tell him to be careful. Peter tells them he will do his best, and the teacher offers to help if he finds it difficult. Peter sculpts a rabbit from a fruit, which is so cool that some people think the rabbit is alive. Someone is watching this all from behind. Somewhere else, a group of students threatening the teacher who pulled Peter earlier by his cheek. The teacher asks students what their parents do for a living, and instead of answering, he starts mocking their parents. One student punches the teacher to the floor when he tries to use his authority. Those bad students even threaten the teacher to suspend his teaching license for child abuse. They even threaten to sue him and get his license suspended if he dares. They try to punish them with penalty points and ask them to keep on sitting there. Bad students decide to upload what they have just recorded to TikTok. Just then, they see Peter coming towards them and asking if they beat the teacher. Students tease him. Meanwhile, the rascal's leader tells him to leave and spits on Peter's shirt. Peter stares at them, and they again warn Peter to go if he doesn't want to die. He then tries to hit a punch on Peter, but Peter is too fast to dodge his move. Rascal tries over and over but keeps missing. Peter then sweeps the guy off the floor. The other tries to hit Peter with a brick from behind, but Peter punches it to tear it apart. After seeing this, all the rascals apologize to the teacher before leaving, calling Peter the villain, as justice always wins. Peter says that's why he wins today. Peter asks the teacher that okay, but the teacher starts lecturing him not to fight in front of the teacher. Peter notices that the rascals left their phone on the ground. When Peter tries to pick it up, the teacher gets up and tries to hit Peter with a kick. Peter blocks it. The teacher's suspicion confirms that Peter is not a regular guy. Peter asks the teacher what he is saying, and in reply, the teacher gives evidence to Peter by showing his cup of tea, as he didn't even spill a drop out while fighting. The teacher asks Peter where he learned to fight like that and why he learned it. Peter replies that he wants his revenge from glorious killers like them who spoiled his life, his house and his family and took all his money. The teacher asks Peter if he would like to join their volunteering club. Peter admits that he is waiting for the teacher to come and approach him about it. And the one red-eyed guy who watches Peter's every move from the dark is that teacher. Peter agrees to join the volunteering club. The teacher takes him to a secret class where the various Glory Club killers are fostered. When Peter opened the door, he saw a very normal-looking classroom. The students inside look so average. The teacher says this is the place where they raise killers. The teacher then takes the podium and introduces Peter to the rest of the class, telling them he's a new volunteer working with them in the future. Then Lee Yuna sees Peter and she looks horrified and wonders why he is here. She tells Peter not to say anything. Peter gives her a wink. She thinks that did he say anything to her, or he told her that he is now going to kill her. Peter looks back at the rest of the class and introduces himself, thanking them for their warm welcome. He says this with a smile on his face, but in his mind, he thinks about what an ordinary place it is to raise killers. Two students start bullying Peter. It seems they don't like him very much and make it clear that they don't care what his name is. Peter looks at these guys and thinks they fit in anyway, unlike the rest of the class. One guy among the two with cut ears, named Dokgo Hyang, tells Peter that only people from Honor Orphanage are allowed here. How does he make in it? The other guy's name is Dokgo Yi. He is a 58th generation graduate of the orphanage, and his particular traits are strength and grappling. Peter stares at them and discloses that he is also from the orphanage and is even a first-generation graduate. Then, the teacher interrupts and suggests giving him a simple welcome party. Hearing this, other students indicated that they should punch Peter initially. Their accurate picture of killers appears when they talk about blood punches and they all take out their weapons. Dokgo Hyang and Dokgo Yi also wish to welcome him in a bloody welcome ceremony. Lee Yuna interrupts them and tries to stop them, knowing how dangerous Peter is. He might kill them. But they push her aside and warn her to stay out of it if she doesn't want to get beat up along with Peter. The girl gives up on trying to stop them. The brothers talk to Peter by telling him about a new kid and asking him if he can fight and if he likes neighborhood hooligans. Peter replies that he can fight a bit. He has fought over 500 fights. After hearing this, the brothers tell Peter this might be his last fight. They attack Peter simultaneously, Hyung with a knife and Yi with his fist. Peter easily blocks their attack, but they keep pushing Peter back. During the fight, Hyung tells Peter that the volunteer club has no place in the neighborhood, and they add that Peter doesn't know how they are risking their lives to become the best killer in the world, like legendary Peter. Peter looks annoyed hearing them and asks them to come together. They attack together and call him a nepotism baby, but Peter dodges them again smartly. In next scene, the brothers sweating. Hyung says he didn't even use his half-strength, and the teacher explains that they should have gone easier in Peter. Other students cheer the brothers and claim Peter left because he was terrified. Peter walking away from the volunteer club in the dark hallway. Lee Yuna asks Peter if he underestimates the volunteer club. Peter is trying to figure out what she is talking about. Lee replies that Peter can't fool her anymore. She explains that she watched his fight with the brothers earlier and asks why he didn't put any strength into his fist. Peter pretends he tried his best, but she refuses and says she has proof. Lee Yuna points out that, unlike those brothers, Peter does not sweat. Peter stares at her and doesn't say a word. Lee Yuna pins Peter to the wall and asks him why he didn't put any effort into the fight, pointing out how suspicious his presence in the school is and what he is hiding. Give her an answer. Peter looks at her with no expression, slips under her arms, and escapes by saying it is lunchtime, but the girl corrects him by telling him it's dinner time and stares at him with frustration. After that, a bus driver feeling excited that he got paid 1 million won for renting the bus and thinks he is lucky. The man in glasses calls him. The driver expects a lot of passengers, but the man says he will be the only one. The man in glasses carries a lot of suitcases with him as well. The driver offers to load them up and not feel lucky anymore. The driver thinks about how many suitcases he has to carry up. Then a man in glasses asks him if he likes to bet on something, and he tells the driver to guess what's inside the suitcases. Then they both start their journey. The driver says he didn't accept his bet, which looks dangerous. The driver thinks he knows what he sees. He sees one suitcase moving. The next day at school, the Glory Killer's teacher tells students about the new quest. He informs them about client Choi Yunchang, who is Deha Group's chairman. They all have heard about him as he is one of the biggest sponsors of Glory Club. The teacher tells students that the team winning this quest will receive a volunteer certificate and the chairperson's recommendations. In easy words, the winner will officially become a Glory Killer. Peter thinks that it's time he was waiting for. The instructor tells them about the quest, which involves recapturing. There have been some recent kidnappings of teenagers, but one of them is the chairman's only son, and they have to recapture him. One of the students points out that they can report to the police. The teacher explains that the chairman wants revenge. All they need to do is to recapture the chairman's son. The teacher asks them who is interested in doing this task. Most students are not interested in doing this. The teacher looks strange and tells them they will spend 2 more years becoming official killers. They think they do not feel good about this task, and sometimes they must give such tasks to adults. Those two brothers show interest in the fact that there will be no one other than them to do it and raise their hands. The brothers notice that they do not want this mission. It looks like a new kid and loser are coming too. Peter tells Lee to stop copying him, but she claims her hands are up before Peter. Peter threatens Lee that he will cut her hands if she lies, but the girl stops him from saying nonsense. The brothers are excited about the mission and ask the teacher if they can go and beat them up. The teacher tells them that they need to follow certain conditions first. Peter gets excited, knowing he's finally got his chance to become an official killer in the organization. The scene shifts and Peter looks disappointed because they are recovering kidnappees in an amusement park, so they must play as much as they want. They see dancers wearing all sorts of colorful clothes. The brothers watch the dancers in awe and ask why they wear bikinis at the amusement park. They wonder if it is any fun for them. One of the dancers greets them, but the brothers are too puzzled. Some of the girls around try to flirt with Peter. Lee Yuna is thinking about the mission, and the teacher tells them that this is where they are supposed to be. Chairman Choi Yunchang's son was kidnapped. Girls flirting with Peter ask him if he is on TikTok. Peter has no idea what they are discussing. Lee Yuna thinks about the teacher when he briefed them about their mission and showed them the location where the chairman's son was kidnapped. The teacher shows them the boy's picture and other details, including his passport front page, which shows his name as Bidulo, and reminds them that their job is to secure the hostage and take down the kidnapper. Lee Yuna calls the place where the boy was last seen a place called Palin World, but where he will be now, only God knows. She is reading the amusement park map and is unsure whether he is alive. They need clues about the vast park too. Lee looks up at Peter and wonders if he can find the solution to their current problem. It looks like he knows everything. Peter tells them to go and let's see any clues. They head towards one of the rides at the park, but the person in charge explains to the brothers and apologizes that they can't take a ride unless they have a reservation. If they get his point, please go and get a reservation. But the brothers don't get his point and think about what kind of booking they need to get for a ride. In charge asks them if they have any complaints, then they can DM them. Someone from the crowd suggests it looks like it's their first time at an amusement park and laughs. Peter turns around and the person explains that they need to install the app and get started. Lee Yuna quickly installs the app and they see Atlantis and the haunted house are already fully booked. Jay looks at Lee and asks her if she is coming here to get a ride, suggesting that she is not even thinking about the mission. A few moments later, both the brothers are spotted having fun on one of the toy horse rides. They are even hitting the toy horses. Then, the brothers start riding the bumper cars and enjoying it a lot. Kids around are watching them with great amazement. Lee Yuna is fed up with their behavior and tells them they are very loud. Lee Yuna and Peter walk towards the shop where they must shoot something to win a prize. The store owner claims that this game is easy, and he runs this business with no profit or loss. Lee Yuna asks what kind of gift she will get if she wins, wondering if it will be something she can eat. Peter asks Lee to try first. It seems the shop owner has rigged the game and tells them he is giving the prizes for free when he finds them cut. The owner thinks they are pushovers and won't be able to hit a single target as he weights down the dolls and laughs. She prayed that they would spend thousands of won and try as much as possible to win a prize. Lee Yuna picks up a toy gun and thinks she has never used a fake one before. Thanks to this game, she will use it today and laugh. When Peter and Lee Yuna were done playing the game, they won all the prizes and walked out of the shop victoriously. The man couldn't believe it and sat on the ground, watching them in confusion. The next moment, Peter is standing alone, the brothers suggesting to each other to go for another ride and tell Lee Yuna to stop eating. They then call Peter out and ask him to join them. Peter notices that they are very excited. In his mind, he thinks it might be their first time in an amusement park, assuming, just like Peter, they also had a rough childhood, and he asks them to enjoy it as much as possible. After all, none of them even knows when they will be able to laugh like that again in their lives. In the next scene, Lee Yuna sitting on the bench behind a tree. She thinks they are not here to play, but on a mission, and while thinking this, she is eating. Suddenly, a notification on her mobile screen shows that her phone is connected to someone's AirPods, which Choi Yoonjul owns. She remembers that it is the name of the chairman's son. She wonders where she is getting the signal for his AirPods. She thinks that boy must be somewhere around, so she immediately gets up and looks around for where the AirPods might be. She realizes that signals are coming from the women's restroom. She thinks that some women might pick up a boy's AirPod, or it might be someone with the same name. Lee Yuna asks herself if he should ask others for help or if she should go there alone. She finally decides to go into the restroom initially. She walks in and finds a girl checking her makeup. She realizes that the signals are coming from the woman. Lee Yuna walks up to the woman and tries to ask her, smiling, where she got these AirPods. But the woman screams in terror and jumps away from Lee Yuna. Suddenly, her boyfriend comes out and asks her the reason for her terror. She tells her boyfriend that Lee Yuna comes from nowhere and tries to harm her. Lee Yuna tries to explain that wasn't her intention. She adds that Lee Yuna wanted to steal her stuff. Her boyfriend asks Lee if she does not look like the wrong person, but is a pickpocket. Lee Yuna tries to explain herself by claiming that there is a misunderstanding. But her boyfriend doesn't listen to her, slaps Lee Yuna, and asks how she dare try to mess with her girl. Her girlfriend tries to stop her boyfriend and asks that she only wants her apology, and a man promises that she will surely get it, but first gives her a little beating. Meanwhile, on the outside, the brothers wonder where Lee Yuna has gone. One thinks she might be eating something again. They then ask Peter if he knows where she is. Peter replies that he doesn't and tells them they don't need to worry about it as something wrong will not happen to her. Lee Yuna manages to defeat that boyfriend with the help of a lollipop. After that, she approaches that girl and asks where she gets those AirPods. After a while, she meets up with their companions, shows them what she has just found, and tells them that AirPods belong to the chairman's son. She finds it where the chairman's son was lost. Peter thinks they think also about the same place, and the girl asks what he is talking about. Peter asks them to think, as there are always a lot of people around the amusement park, pointing out that the only place a person can suddenly disappear makes the behavior of the kidnappers seem normal. It has to be a place where it's not strange to scream or jump at someone. With that, Peter then shows her the reservation for the haunted house and points out that it is fully booked for today, and they don't see anyone entering the house. Peter suggests that the boy must be kept in a haunted house. They get in for further investigation. The brothers lead from the front and ask Lee and Peter to follow them. While walking through the corridor, Lee Yuna asks Haeyoung to leave her shirt as he is holding her shirt in scariness. He replies that he is watching her back. Peter looks focused and leads the way. Everyone realizes that Peter is correct, as no one else is there. Peter then tells everybody to get ready. The brothers ask nervously what he is talking about. Peter tells them that their mission is about to start. Then smoke appears before them. Peter tells them they are already halfway there. He reminds himself that their mission is to recover the chairman's son and capture the kidnapper. The smoke puts Peter and the others asleep, and they fall on the floor. A man in a white suit appears and starts walking toward them. The teacher is running towards the room and tells someone to stop what he is doing. He then asks about the kids, and the guy answers that they are on their mission already. The teacher orders the guy to call the kids right now. The guy asks the teacher if everything is all right. The guy then calls them on his phone, but they do not pick up his calls. The teacher then realizes the mission is more complex than he thought. Then he suddenly mentions the name Park Sang-do. Hearing his name, the other guy looks nervous too. The teacher confirms that it's the same Park Sang-do. He knows who was chosen as a disciple candidate, but he got kicked out because Glory couldn't control him. The other guy points out that the kids are smart and can care for themselves. They have learned the basics, so nothing wrong will happen to them. But the teacher says no, that Park Sang-do is very dangerous. Park Sang-do is the same guy who was transferring briefcases. Park Sang-do ties up the unconscious students and tells them that he used chloroform to put them to sleep. When he uses this chemical on ordinary people, they usually sleep with open mouths, but Lee Yuna's mouth is closed. The assistant asks the teacher if they must stop Park Sang-do immediately. The teacher says that Park Sang-do is cruel and reveals his artificial leg. The teacher suggests they must save the students because he knows the park will cut off their legs. Lee Yuna wakes up and realizes that Park Sang-do has figured out his reality, so he keeps sleeping. Suddenly, Lee Yuna's phone starts ringing. Park Sang-do takes it out of her pocket and answers it. That was her teacher's call. The teacher already knew that Park would answer the call, so he tried to threaten Park not to hurt the students. Otherwise, the teacher would put his life on the line to kill Park. Park ignores his threats and looks excited to hear the teacher's voice after a long time. He asks the teacher why he is threatening him. Park asks the teacher if he might be worried that he might turn his kids into disabled people like him. The teacher looks in great anger after hearing this. Park then asks the teacher to make a bet and asks the teacher how many pairs of legs will still be intact when he is here. Park tells him that if he guesses correctly, he will spare the chairman's son, but if he answers wrong, the consequences will be severe. The assistant looks at the teacher in terror. He has never seen them look so afraid of anything. The teacher wants to know where Park is hiding, but Park advises him to hurry up and join them because he'll soon get started. Meanwhile, it looks like Lee Yuna has been pretending to be asleep for a while. She then tries to wake Peter and thinks he is sleeping. She believes there is a limit to how carefree a guy can be and how he can sleep right now. Lee starts thinking about what she can do, unties her shoe, and tries to wake Peter by her foot. She then stretches her foot to Peter's face and tries to wake him up. She sees Peter is also sleeping because he asks what she is doing when she touches Peter's face. Lee Yuna gets embarrassed and explains that she was trying to wake him with the smell. Peter replies that he was about to punch her to wake her up. The girl suddenly starts hitting her hands on her ties and tries to cut the rope. She tells Peter that she learned this in training and tells him to do the same. Peter asks her what she is doing by showing her his untied hands. Lee is shocked when he sees this and asks Peter when he did that. Peter replies that it's been a while. Peter assures Lee that he would have stopped Park if he tried to hurt her before. Lee Yuna explains to Peter that this is not a simple kidnapping case, which is the person Park used to be with Glory once, and Peter replies that he already knows that. Peter unties Lee and asks her if she likes gambling on their out of there. Lee asks what he is talking about. In the next scene, the brothers are also awake and unrestrained. He claims Park is an average office worker, but quiet and gritty. Then they advise Park to end his scheme here, as they are in the middle of the mission to save the chairman's son. So tell them that where he is to save his life. Park then starts to reply to those idiots with a crazy smile and points out that they have very foul mouths as they are still young students. Park offers them a bet. The brothers ask him to give them a bet for sure. While the teacher drives his car as fast as he can to reach the students, Park explains to the brothers that if they win, he will do whatever they want him to do and even release the chairman's son. The teacher drives swiftly and thinks that if students accept the bet, things will be bad for them. Park then tells the brothers that if they lose, they will give one of their legs to Park. By saying this, he pulls out his big blades from the back of his suit. Hyung cheers the challenge when he sees the knives. He is excited that Park is not just an ordinary office worker, but also has a sexy side to him. Jay asks if it will be enough. Hyung replied that he would ensure Park would be in a wheelchair from tomorrow onward. The brothers rip off their shirts and prepare for the battle. Park offers them one of his blades as he wants a fair fight. Hyung is the first to take the blade and attack Park. He tells Park he will regret that because he is a knife master. At the moment, Hyung is the #1 knife fighter of the Divine Honor High School, and his unique trait is his speed. Hyung starts fighting with Peter, assuming that he is not that great and that they are thinking about him, claiming that Park lacks him. Hyung says he will soon be able to hit a critical strike to win if the fight is prolonged. Then suddenly, Park attacks Hyung with an unexpected technique, leaving him in shock, and he manages to deflect at the last second. He needs clarification about how this technique can be used with the same knife he is using. Park sees his shock and taunts him by asking about his health. Hyung realizes that Park fools him with the blade he has given to Hyung, who has no edge. By then, Peter and Lee arrive at the occasion and tell Hyung they will help him. But the brothers insist on not interfering as they want to finish this independently. They think that if they can't beat Park, neither Sangdo nor Lee can, so they stand and watch. The brothers claim that Park doesn't know their motive and that the last hurdle to completing the orphanage is the month of hell. During this time, instead of receiving food and water, they were given a pistol and 1 bullet in a place where there were thousands of wild beasts. They have to do whatever they can to survive. The bullet was used in different ways. Some used it for hunting, some used it to kill their friends, and some even used it for suicide. They refused to give up, and instead of dying like that, they tried to survive. They saved their bullets till the last moment because they knew that one day, 2 of their bullets would determine their fate. The day came when the brothers used their bullets to kill the giant bear at the same time. After the Hell Month, the brothers were the only 2 to survive out of 108 people of the 58th generation of the orphanage. Then they heard a shocking story of a young boy like them who became known as Discipline Pietro, after he left an unprecedented record 158 years after the start of the orphanage. He was the only person who didn't use his bullet but still survived. Hyung says they have spent 10 years trying to become Peter and be the best. The brothers tell Park he is nothing but a mere step on their path and charge him simultaneously. Jae tackles the Park first and signals Hyung to do the rest. Hyung jumps in the air, tries to strike Park with the knife, and reminds him that he has made a mistake by giving him a knife. However, Park grabs Hyung's arm and tells him that he should cut his arm instead of his leg. Hyung admits he can't cut him as his knife has no edge. He can only kill Park by stabbing him. Hyung tries to put the knife in Park's throat. By then, Park breaks his weapon on his own and asks the brothers if they think they can become like Peter. He reveals his real blade, whose name is Kukri. He claims it is 10 times heavier than a normal knife and has trained with it his whole life. Park adds that this knife is faster than a knife and heavier than an axe, which makes it the perfect weapon for murder. The brothers stop him from talking and again attack Park, but Park quickly tackles them by cutting their arms. Finally, the brothers become afraid and tell Peter and Lee to run for their lives. Lee Yuna screams the names of the brothers in horror. Park asks her to stop as they are not dead yet, and why he would kill them as they are just kids, but he needs to collect his winnings, which is one leg from each brother. Park Sang-do is about to cut the first leg when the teacher arrives, screams at him not to do that, and even offers to cut his other leg instead. Lee Yuna fears he will cut their legs, but Park Sang-do smiles and asks them if they want to make a bet. Suddenly, Peter accepts the bet by offering double the stakes. If Park Sang-do wants 2 legs and both arms, he can also give him his neck. While hearing this, Park Sang-do is shocked, thinks the offer is funny, and agrees to the bet. He tells Peter that a bet is fair when the conditions are fair, so he offers Peter a weapon. Lee Yuna screams and tries to tell Peter that the knife is faulty, but Peter surprises everyone when he chooses a metal tray with flowers painted on it, telling them it will be enough for him. When confident Park Sang-do sees it, he laughs and thinks it is too funny as Peter chooses it. The Park says it's been a while since he tears up his opponent. Park then warns Peter that he won't go easy during the fight. While saying this, he marches towards Peter with his blade and tries to hit Peter with a powerful attempt. Peter is fast enough to dodge him swiftly, but Park continues to attack Peter. Peter uses a metal tray as a shield to block all his attempts. Park understands what Peter is doing and admires Peter, saying using it as a shield is a good idea. The Park asks Peter how many attacks he thinks the tray can bear and adds, jokingly, 10 more, but no, it can't take 1 more. Just when Park is trying to hit another powerful hit to Peter, the scene shifts and the teacher driving as fast as he can to reach the spot as he doesn't want the students to face what he has in the past. He doesn't want Park Sang-do to suffer the students by cutting off their legs. In next scene, here is a flashback of Park Sang-do asking Miss Dealer not to be nervous. The dealer looks so terrified. As his hobby, Park asks the dealer to make a bet. Park asks the dealer if she thinks that he will get out of there alive or dead. It looks like the dealer is hesitating to make a bet. Park admires her that she is smart, so she picks the option of his survival without any doubt. Then 5 men behind them are holding chainsaws. While he is chatting with the women, one of the men informs Park that the company is getting into trouble due to the many incidents he has caused. So, to quell the external rage, Park needs to be sacrificed. He also informs Park that he's been fired, and he and his man immediately charge at Park. These guys are a group of veteran killers with a B rank, so Park taking on 5 men alone is a suicide mission. However, seeing Park's knife skills that day made them think that he was more than a human being, and then he chopped off his legs as he died as a killer. It didn't matter whether a chainsaw or a knife was strong. But the important thing is how monstrous the person holding that weapon is. Park then split the tray of Peter into 2 pieces with his knife and tell Peter how lucky he is as his knife didn't hit him but his shield. He teases Peter about what he will do now, as his only shield is to turn into 2. At that moment, Lee Yuna decides to help Peter with her knife. Peter asks Park that his kukri weapon not only splits his tray into 2, but also splits him, as his attacks are fiercer than Peter's expectations. Peter punches the tray pieces and shapes them into a weapon. Lee Yuna is shocked to see that and thinks it isn't only a shield. Peter thanks Park for giving him a weapon because he intended to choose a tray over the knife. Park smiles nervously and admits that Peter is not an ordinary student. Park wonders how Peter survives his attacks because he thinks he has cut Peter while cutting the tray into 2, but Peter suddenly backs off quickly to save himself. As a result, he saves himself and gets 2 weapons from the tray. Park doesn't understand, and he thinks he is not a student. Park then admires Peter, saying it doesn't work on him from where he learned this trick, wherever he learned it. Park then removes his jacket, throws it on Peter, and charges at Peter to confirm that this is his confidence, or he is holding these skills as the jacket covers Peter's face and blocks his sight. Then he unleashes several powerful knife slashes in one on Peter. He thinks he is a lucky kid because this time, he is sure that he has cut him with his knife, but he realizes that what he cut is a cousin, which Peter used to protect himself. Peter attacks him from behind and tries to cut Park, but he manages to block it. Park falls to the ground and starts looking at the cut on his hand, which he used to block Peter's attack. He fears that he is going to die now. Park thinks about how Peter was able to get behind and went straight for his neck without hesitation, but he somehow manages to block that. He knows that Peter was aiming for his carotid artery. At that time, he is sure that Peter is not a student. Park finally realizes that the tray can't cut his clothes and can't block his knife attacks, and he is using it to cut his exposed neck. While Park is thinking about it, Peter marches towards him and attacks the kidnapper with great speed that he can't even keep up with. Park questions himself whether he is a student or not, or even if he is a human. Lee Yuna watches it from the side as the fight goes on and thinks about how the knife's weight causes things around to get destroyed every time he swings his knife. She fears that if Park manages to hit Peter, he is surely going to die. She notices that Park is slower than Peter and assumes that it might be the weight of Park's knife that is slowing him down. She also believes that if the fight lasts longer, Peter will win. When she thinks about this, a red line appears on Peter's cheek because he is hit. Lee Yuna is shocked after seeing this. Park then starts talking to himself that he needs the right knife to kill someone like Peter. Park surprised them by showing them knives inside his kukri, and he pulled them out. Peter realizes that he is now not using a heavier weapon, so Park's speed will rise, and the speed advantage that Peter was holding might no longer be with him now as Kukri's weight was 3 times heavier than a normal knife. While Peter is thinking this all, Park rushes towards him, pointing the knife forward to kill him. Peter manages to block all his attacks this time too. Lee Yuna notices that Park's speed is faster than Peter's, and he now looks completely different. Lee Yuna is sure that the gimlet that Park is using now is a stabbing weapon, so why is he swinging it around? She needs clarification. Park is fighting even harder than before because he is more desperate to kill Peter and finds an opportunity to do that when he points a knife at Peter's neck. When he is about to kill Peter, his hands suddenly become weak, causing his gimlet to fall to the ground. Park can't even believe it, and he thinks that's impossible. Peter asks Park if he can't put strength into his hands. Park stands in front of him with his head low. After a moment of silence, he realizes what Peter has been doing. Peter was not going after Park's neck from the start, but for his hands. Park looks at his hands covered with cuts and asks Peter what he has done with his hands. Peter says that he cuts everything Park needs to use his hand, from the flexor extensor and abductor muscles along with his median, radial and ulnar nerves to all the ligaments in his hand. Peter says that he has used the sharp edge of the tray to do this, and then reveals from the beginning that he never tried to kill Park. However, Park doesn't accept this and confirms that the guy standing before him is not a student or a child. He starts wondering how many people he has devoured in his life. Peter finishes the fight. First, he reminds Park what he said about the silver tray, which can never defeat a cast iron knife. Then he takes a fighting stance and promises to the kidnapper that he will show him how an egg destroys a rock. Scene shifts to the flashback scene where a group of young guys look down at someone and laugh at his miserable condition. The groups of young guys are laughing at a guy tied upside down to a tree. It looks like that group put him there and asked if it was yummy or if he wanted to drink more. The boy looks at them as if he can't do anything. This sad scene is a memory of Park Sang-go's childhood. Every day, he thought about killing such bastards who abused him, but unfortunately, he didn't have the physical strength or courage to go against them till they had enjoyed themselves and decided to leave him. That was Park Sang-go's everyday life until one day an incident awakened him to a different world. It starts when one of that group's guys takes Park to a room and tortures him with dogs. It terrifies Park and begs him not to let the dogs get closer to him, but the guy taunts him and asks him that if he beats them, he won't bully him in the future. At that time, Park thought that the guy was lying, and he even started to wish that he would die so he wouldn't have to bear it anymore. When he was praying, the bully guy asked Park to make a bet. That sentence just jolted Park's heart. Even though the dangerous dogs had already cornered Park, his legs suddenly started moving on their own. He didn't understand what was happening, so he moved toward dongs, knocked them over, and then charged toward that bully guy with an absolutely mocking look. Park realized something that day that was the best with his life on the line and strengthening him. From that day, he was no longer the scared little kid. He became an absolute killing machine with knife fighting skills that were unmatchable. Dopamine, serotonin, and adrenaline. Whenever he bets on his life, he gets a pleasant feeling of power. He was unstoppable, and bets became drugs for him. He always won the bets when he put his life on the line, and was also the strongest in any fight. Then Peter wrapped the metal tray on his fist like a boxing glove and launch a killer uppercut on Park's jaw, which sends Park flying, and at the same time, the metal glove falls off as well. Park does not believe what's happening to him. Peter jumps into the air to attack Park again, but Park yells at him not to come closer to him and shows a grenade to Peter in his hand. He then asks Peter to kneel and threatens to blow everything and everyone around with that powerful grenade. He also reveals to Peter what he has in those suitcases. That suitcases contain the children he kidnapped, including the son of the chairman. This is the kid Peter is searching for. Lee Yuna was shocked after hearing that this bad guy had stuffed people inside those suitcases. But the worst thing is, if that grenade blows up, everyone will die, including those children. Park indicates a gas pipeline above, which will not allow anyone to be alive. He again commands Peter to kneel if he doesn't want to die. Pete isn't afraid of his warnings and charges at him, grabs the grenade, and puts it into Park's mouth. Park is horrified when he realizes what just happened to him. Peter pulled the pin from the grenade and pressed it into Park's face to prevent it from blowing. Then he tells the kidnapper to shut his mouth if he doesn't want to die. Punching him in the gut with great force, Peter shows Park what a real threat looks like. Peter punches him again and again and asks him to keep the grenade so that he can live by avoiding the blow of the grenade. This is the most physical and emotional pain Park has ever faced in his entire life. Peter decides that it is enough for him now, puts back the pin in the grenade, and tells Park to get up and stop being a crybaby because he has not done yet. Peter holds the grenade in one hand while he prepares his fist in the other hand for some more punching. Park tells Peter he has a hidden technique he didn't use before, but now he has changed his mind. When Lee Yuna hears this, she becomes afraid again and thinks about what he will do now. Then Park Sang-do displays his secret technique when he suddenly falls on his knees and tears roll down his cheeks. He begs Peter to end the fight and calls it a draw, adding that he will pretend that he never fought with him and release all the children. The teacher marches into the place, knowing that the threat is no longer intact. When Park sees the teacher, they are both shocked to see each other. The teacher thinks in shock that he is looking at the same fearless, unbeatable, and knife-skilled Park Sang-do he knows, who cut his one leg, now kneeling and begging for his life. The teacher is shocked to see all his students are safe and sound, and then Peter shows teacher those unconscious brothers and prepares to leave. That's how the whole kidnapping incident comes to an end. The chairman's son, along with other hostages, is rescued. They put Park into a body bag, and he is still crying and begging for his life. They ignore his crying and ship him off to the Glory's headquarters. The teacher thinks that today, the nightmare that ended his life as a killer is no more, and he is still in shock to see this. The brothers talk to each other and take credit for the win, but they still can't believe this young boy handled the situation. Even the teacher finds it questionable because Peter claims he is not responsible for everything. The scene shifts where the 4 students become official killers after completing their task. But the brothers complain that they are only ranked D because they believe they should be higher than that after defeating an S-ranked killer, so they deserve an A rank instead. Peter and Lee Yuna tell them to stop it as it is quite embarrassing. The elevator door opens, and the brothers gossip about how deep down this elevator will go, how they will not die, and why they tell us to come here. When the door opens, the elevator takes them down to B12, where they see 2 muscular women standing in front of them. The terrified brothers push the button to close the door as they think that they are on the wrong floor, but then suddenly a good-looking girl in the same uniform welcomes them and tells them that they were waiting for them and asks them to follow her as she will guide them to the desired place, and tells them that their president is greatly interested in all of them since they saved Chairman's son. As a result, they are instructed to take good care of them and provide them with high-quality suits. The brothers are excited that the president knows them, but they don't meet him in person. The girl then wants their attention and asks their curiosity about the next surprise by telling them that the treat is not over yet. She then opens a giant door and reveals the ammunition behind. DHA Group owns the best weaponry in the world, and they are the primary sponsor of the Glory Killers in all aspects of combat. The girl tells them that the president has decided to reward them with all the weapons they want. Immediately, the brothers fill their clothes with all the guns they can fit, so the girl informs them that their selected weapons will be delivered to them later. Meanwhile, Lee Yuna is overwhelmed by the quality of knives and thinks they are going them all without any cost. She wants to take one, but then she realizes that she cannot help Peter, so she has no right to take any weapon. On the other hand, the girl asks Peter what he has selected, and Peter replies by picking a fountain pen. The girl is shocked, as he is not as greedy as the brothers. Peter thinks he has used all the other weapons before, so he picked this pen. Then the girl tells them that she will escort Peter to the president by breaking others' hearts, as the president only wants to see Peter. She enters the elevator with Peter, and she makes small talk with Peter. She is shocked when Peter says that he has used the older fountain model, which was made over 40 years ago, and that it is his favorite model. Peter explains to her by telling them that the model was passed down to him from his grandfather. The girl tries to ask her more, but he then realizes and changes the topic by asking why President Choi Yoon-chang is looking for him. She answers Peter that she doesn't know why, so he could ask him directly. They arrived at the president's office. The door opens, and she tells the president she has brought him here as he requested. President admires her job and asks her to leave. President welcomes Peter and asks him if he enjoys the meal and what his new clothes are like. Peter replies and thanks him for the meal and suit. Then Peter asks the president why he wants to meet him. President laughs and claims that it's because he wants to meet him. President then walks closer to Peter and tells him that there might be a reason that he is here. The president then looks into Peter's eye and tells him that he knows his real identity. The president calls Peter's student Kim Sung-gu, as he looks like Pietro. His guess stuns Peter. Then he starts telling his story to Peter when he was a kid. That's the story of 24 December 1978, where two guys torturing a person heavily by giving him electric shocks and asking him to tell where he hid the son of a president whose name is Choi Yoon-chang. The tortured guy replies by smiling that there is only one way to bring them the president's son, and that is you have to give him Korea's new missile technology, which Korea and the USA prepared together. He threatens them by saying if they refuse, then they will get the dead body of DH Group's president's son. The president also listens to this as he stands before that guy. The president looks so frightened, and he is angry as well. His secretary asks him to calm down and sits on the chair, as they have requested the USA to send most elite troops, including the Delta Force, to Moscow to save his son. He also tells the president that they have located his son and are sending elite troops there to save his son. In the next scene, a train moving swiftly and a person sitting on the roof of the train aiming something with a rocket launcher in his hand. He is aiming at the helicopter of elite troop of Delta Force, which the USA sent there to save the president's son. He hits the helicopter with a rocket launcher and destroys it with troops inside, so Delta Force is eliminated. They inform the president of this bad news. President then asks the section chief to come with him as he knows who can save his son now. President takes him to Honor Church. President beats the door with great force and asks father to open the door and come out, please, as he needs his help. He is telling his identity to the father to please come out. Father asks him to calm down and tell him why he is here late at night and in a great hurry. The president tells the father that he will support him and he can take whatever he wants from the DH group. He also offers to take everything he wants from the DH group and will help him for 10 years but not 100 years. In return, the father has to save his kidnapped son from the Russians. President then tells the father that he has 12 disciples that he has raised and asks him to send the best from them to save his son. The father looks strange as he is not getting the president's point and asks him what he is talking about. President replied in anger that the Russians kidnapped his son and he was here to seek father's help in saving the life of his son. The father asks him not to worry about it as he will do everything to save his son's life with God's help. The father tells the president to pray and pray hard for the life of his son. The president yells in anger and asks the father how he can tell him to pray in a situation like that when his son's life is on the line. Father adds that his best disciple is already arrived in Moscow to save his son. The president asks the father in fear if he thinks that it is enough as the 3 special forces divisions that they sent to save his son earlier have been annihilated. The president claims that a disciple can save his son when alone. The father replied that his best disciple, on his way to save the president's son, is a one-man army and alone enough for all the enemies. In next scene, Peter is killing the external guard of the train by killing them one by one and entering the train in which the kidnappers are keeping the president's son. When the kidnappers see Peter inside the train alone, they question themselves about how he can come inside and if he is alone or have some support outside. Peter replied, "Yes, he is alone." The kidnapper asked Peter in shock, "What is he talking about?" Meanwhile, Peter pulls out his gun and shoots everyone in the head with the speed of light. There are lots of kidnappers inside, but Peter kills them all with precise aim and lightning speed. Then Peter explains that when he says right, his number of bullets perfectly matches all of their heads. After that, the last kidnapper come out with a gun placed on the president's son and ask Peter to drop his weapon, or he will kill the president's son. The kidnapper tells Peter that he has heard about him as Asian, but he is too young against his thinking, and asks Peter if he is the best killer of that organization whose name is Disciple Pietro. Peter drops his gun and asks Choi Yunchang to follow his hand's instructions. When Peter completes counting 3, he will bow down immediately. Peter starts countdown. The kidnapper asks him what he is trying to do, and Peter ignores him and continues his counting. The kidnapper asks him to stop this bullshit and kneel, and if he doesn't follow his instructions now, then he will indeed be this kid. By completing his counting to 3, Peter throws a coin at the head of the kidnapper, and the president's son bows down as Peter instructs him. The coin hits the head of the kidnapper and tears him apart, and he dies on the spot. Peter then answers the question of the kidnapper, Lieutenant Major Yevgeny Andreev, from the first Chief Directorate of the KGB, saying that yes, he is Peter, and also gives him farewell. Choi Yunchang thanked Peter for saving his life and asked him if he was a Korean. Peter then starts smoking. Choi adds that he will surely pay him back one day and he will never forget his kindness. After listening to this, Peter tells him that he is not here to save his life, but to save the future of the Diha group. By telling this, he puts his cap on the head of Choi's head. Peter then asks Choi to prepare himself as they have a long way back home. The boy jumps up and starts following and admiring him for his coolness. Choi then again thanks Peter that he is still alive. Scene shifts where the president is saying that it's been 40 years since that incident, but he still remembers the face of the hero who saved his life, and asks Peter by calling him Mr. Pai Kim Sunggu that he is right. Pietro must be his grandfather as he looked like him when he was young, but he doesn't know whether he has left behind his kin. By listening to this, Peter seems relaxed and thinks that it's been a long time since someone scared him like that. Peter believes that the frail boy has turned into a dashing man now. The president then tells Peter that he has heard that he chose only a pen from the weaponry, why he didn't take more. Peter replies that he thinks it's enough for him. President tells Peter that it doesn't matter what he picks. He can't let go of Pietro's grandson like that. By saying this, he gives him a gift of St. Petrus V4 heavy bike, which is the pinnacle of the Diha group's technology, has a strong engine that Diha developed, and it can go around 527.21 km/h, which is the unofficial world's fastest bike. The president tells Peter that his grandfather used a similar model to save his life that day. It's a small gift for him, but please accept it. It also has stealth functions interrupting all the signals. He don't have to worry about GPS and CCTV during his missions. Peter looks amazed after seeing this bike, so does Lee Yuna. The brother also looks amazed and claims Peter has proved that he is a kid. They then ask the girl if they could exchange this with all they had. The girl refused them. Peter wears his helmet and gets up on the bike. He then asks Lee Yuna to hurry up, wear her helmet, and sit on the bike with him. The brother asks Peter if he should have to drive this bike. Then the teacher calls Peter and asks him about his meeting with the president, his meal, whether it was good, and if they enjoyed it, and tells Peter that people from Glory want to meet them all. Some senior killers are willing to meet them as they are curious because they are all specially employed, which hasn't happened in the last 4 years. The teacher tells them to go and show them their young blood. Lee Yuna asks Peter to speed up and let's get away from the brothers. Scene shifts to the Glory Club's branch building, west of the Han River, named the Hapjeong Honor Church. They are all arriving there. The brothers look excited to go there and gossip about how they will welcome them. Peter asks Lee Yuna if she is ready to go in there. Then they open the door and looked shocked. After seeing the inside, Lee Yuna asked if this was where revelations were received. It is a church where several people sit and pray in their seats. After the prayer, everyone goes to the Father and collects something individually. It is the missions Glory killers get to perform. Brothers ask each other what mission they have, and they think they have received the invitation to attend the S-ranked promotion ceremony. But on their coins, they see "Fight" is written. Then Father asks them if they are newcomers. They acknowledge the Father, and then the Father tells them that they don't give missions to newcomers. The brothers laughed by looking at each other and said that the Father doesn't know them. If he knows, then he doesn't talk to them like that. Father adds and tells them they will give them special delicious, holy blood. By saying this, the father pours that red wine glass on their head and tells them that they are just D-ranked killers and how they think they will be welcomed here, and then he laughs and adds that they were waiting for them. After pouring the wine on their head, the father smiles, asks them about their experience there, and tells them they are desperate to meet them. Brothers put their coins in their teeth and break them in anger by claiming that there are always some idiots who act without thinking, and then what they have in their hands is hindsight only. They talk without knowing to whom they are talking and what they are talking until they get the treatment. The brothers start warming themselves for the fight by claiming the seniors that they will fight with them by putting their D ranks on the line. The brothers warn the seniors that they shouldn't regard their age while fighting. The brothers claim that the seniors are acting with this might just because they are B-ranked killers, but they should know that this world is ruthless. Seniors mock them by calling them ridiculous idiots who don't know what the skills and level of D-ranked killers are. The brothers answer them with no and march toward one of the seniors and kick him, but the senior manages to block it. The brothers claim that they aren't born to be D-ranked killers. By saying this, they keep on attacking the senior and giving him their introduction that they are the Dokgo brothers who will become S-ranked disciples very soon. The brothers claim that this senior doesn't deserve to be B-ranked killer. Other seniors admires the guts and courage that Dokgo brothers are showing, as they are fighting without fearing that they are up against their seniors. Lee Yuna also looks amazed too by watching how the brothers are fighting, as they are fighting with much more strength compared to their fight with Park Sang-do. She thinks that the fight with Park Sang-do gives them confidence. The senior still manages to dodge every attack of the brothers. Then, one brother sneaks and holds the legs of the senior while asking the other brother to attack him. The senior looks surprised when he doesn't see the younger brother. Younger brother replies while smiling, "He is behind him, senior." Senior stuns to see that when he manages to go there and hold his legs. Jay jumps in the air to launch a big smash on the senior with both hands, but he is a B-ranked senior who asks them if they dream of becoming like the great Pietro. He claims he wished it too when he was their age. The senior decides to show the dreamer the real world, and he brings his stick in front of him. Jay's punch lands on that stick and his hands start bleeding. Hyun yells for Jay as he is in shock to see his blood out, but senior gives a powerful punch on Hyun's face and he falls on ground. Another senior, Director Jang, who is a B-ranked killer with 33rd place, his trait is glide. He puts his hands on the shoulders of Peter and Lee Yuna, asking them if they are watching the real world. The director then explains that this older man who is beating the brothers worked his whole life to become a B-ranked killer. He is not a normal killer, and when a killer reaches that rank, he is called special. Director Jang then explains that the Glory's D-ranked peoples have missions with ordinary people as their targets as they are at the lowest level of skills. The total number of D-ranked Glory killers is 336. C-ranked are those who deal with gangsters and other similar armed organizations, totaling 200. Then it comes a B-ranked killer who kills another killer when they are on their missions, and their total number is 100. After that, there are ranked killers who are in charge of national-level assassination missions. Their total number is 36. He adds further that until they are killer, they have to keep on killing people until they die. Director Jang further explains that to reach the highest level of glory, they must give it their all to the point of vomiting blood. Let's just understand that becoming a ranked killer requires dedicating their entire life to being a killer. He adds that efforts are not enough to reach S rank or closer to that. Then Jang explains the highest level of the killers, who stand above all, the 12 disciples. The senior who is beating the brothers asks them if they want to become disciples, then they have to be reborn because in this life they do not have that level of skills. By saying this, he punches his face and the brother looks faint. Senior thinks that he has taught the brothers a good lesson. They crack a joke by saying that the students of Honor Orphanage don't have mothers, lol. The director tries to fool Lee Yuna by pinching her head and saying that someone like her should be very thankful that she has a D rank who used to be an octopus's minion, but she does not have the qualifications or skills to be a D-ranked killer. Peter put his hand back and advises him to be in his limits and not cross the line, please. The director, Jang, feels his disrespect and asks Peter who he is and how dare he try to stop him. He looks angry at Peter and asks Peter if he is challenging him now. Then, the blind girl helping Peter from the start, which shatters Peter and makes him realize he is on a mission. He will indeed be exposed if he shows his skills to everyone. He admits that if he beats a ranked killer, everyone will have doubts about him, and he will soon be caught, so Peter has to show the skills of a D-ranked killer. Peter gets her point and replies that he knows he has to hide behind the face of being a D-ranked killer. The director, Jang, slaps Peter by saying how dare he stop him when he is talking. He looks like a gigolo kid. He then asks if Peter is trying to impress that girl, and he acts like a tough guy in front of them. Peter asks him to hit him as much as possible. After listening to this, director Jang looks stunned. Peter then asks him to allow him to save the lives of the brothers as they are badly injured, and one faints while the other has deep wounds. Peter tells him that their lives will be in trouble if he doesn't take them to a hospital in time. He adds that he won't forget the teachings of his seniors. Director Jang takes Peter's point and allows him to take them to the hospital Y, saying that they are finishing it there, but they need to give him their volunteer license as they don't prove themselves valuable for that. Jang tells them to come back and take their licenses when they are trained enough and grown up stronger too. The brothers, along with Peter and Lee Yuna, come out of the church. They don't understand what has been done to them and how they will face the teacher, as they are ashamed because they have lost their licenses. The teacher will not spare their lives as it will be humiliating for the teacher. The brothers again excuse Peter and Lee Yuna that they couldn't save them from the seniors. They admire them as they not interfere. Otherwise, they would have the same condition they are suffering now. The brothers ask if it is possible to reissue the license. The brothers tell Peter and Lee Yuna that if they are also involved in a fight with seniors, then there won't be anyone to save their lives from them. Peter puts the helmet on Jay's head, tells them to go from there now, and reminds him that it's time for them to eat something. After that, they take their path to the Glory Orphanage. Peter and Lee Yuna are on their bike, and Lee Yuna asks Kim Sung-gu what she needs to do to be more assertive. Peter tells him to stop asking such stupid questions. She explains to Peter that one must be stronger to survive, otherwise others will quickly snatch their things. Peter speeds up the bike and Lee Yuna holds him tight. It looks like Peter is returning to the church to take back their volunteer licenses from the seniors. Then seniors in church talking to each other. They think it is so annoying for them to fight with those students, but if they allow them to be stronger, they might get a mission because they have guts and bravery. They are recalling Peter by calling him handsome. Others say no, gigolo looking. They say it's because he is too young to be a killer. But they see violence in his eyes. But they think he doesn't try to stand before them after remembering what they just did to the Dokbo brother. Peter reaches the church and stands right behind the seniors. After noticing Peter, seniors make fun of him by asking him if he is here to be beaten or if he is here to interfere again. Seniors warns Peter that he can't ignore answering them when the seniors ask him something. They thought they didn't beat him enough that time, so he is here again. Now he is willing to beat him enough so he can have his lesson. Peter replies that he is here to show them what they have never seen and will never see again, and that is the skills of an S-ranked disciple. One of the seniors asks in wonder, the skills of a disciple. Then he laughs loudly as if he is making fun of Peter, then repeats by saying the skills of a disciple, and he adds by thinking something like that can turn it into reality. He then claims to Peter that he has been in that organization for the last 14 years, but has not seen any discipline. He again mocks Peter by saying that this kid doesn't even know how the world works. He laughs so much that even tears are coming from his eyes. He tells the other senior Jeong to teach him a lesson by beating him hard like they did earlier with the brothers. He then asks Jeong, staring at him after listening to Peter's nonsense, why he has to start to give him a lesson by beating him. Jeong replies, he is a high school student who is a D-ranked killer in the Glory Club. They don't even know his name, and he doesn't even have any weapon to fight with us, but the only thing he holds in his hand is a rosary, which doesn't even count as a weapon. Jeong thinks that he has too many weak points in him. He can beat him anywhere he wants. Peter thinks anxiously about what he can do by keeping his D rank. One senior asks the other why he hasn't started yet, so don't tell him he is afraid of that little kid. Other replies that he is just a kid with a glare in his eyes and thinks by putting his hand on his head, which is why he is hesitating to beat him. Jeong is holding a Bible book and claims to Peter that in this business there's an unspoken rule. If a junior starts mutiny against someone senior to him, then the senior has all rights to treat the junior. By saying this, he throws the Bible book to Peter, who aims his head and thinks if he throws his book towards him, he will indeed block it with his arm. When he lifts his arm to block it, he will open up his ribs, and then he will hit a hard punch on his ribs. If getting a punch in his rib, he will indeed bend due to pain when he bends over. He then explains that his ribs were not his target, but his eyes. He will tear out his eyes, and that will be the end of his lesson. Until he rips out the eyes of Peter, Peter dodges Jong, cuts his arms with the help of his rosary, and chops all the chairs around him. He cuts out his neck with the help of the rosary, and after that, Jong is seeing this all in his mind. He has the power to hold a fight with his opponent in his mind, and he sees in his mind that he tried many times to fight with that guy, but every time he beats him, and in result, he loses his life every time. He then sees so many dead bodies of himself after defeats from Peter. He then wakes up from his dream by holding his neck in fear. He is shivering and sweating out heavily and tells other seniors that he can't do that because he has already tried 1,000 times but failed. Jong then explains that he has learned something from countless battles over the decade. If he loses a war against his opponent without even fighting him, he claims his opponent is on a different level. He had never imagined a person like Peter before. He then recalls his slap, which he hit on Peter's face earlier today, and thinks he may be here to take revenge. He believes that he should have to die before facing the consequences of that slap. He rushes towards Peter with fear and cries for his life. Then he holds Peter's hand and starts slapping himself on his face and begging Peter to spare him the next time. He will never do such things. Peter then whispers in Jong's ear that he has heard that the skill to sense death is fundamental knowledge for a killer. Peter then tells Senior that he has learned his great lesson already. Peter leaves the church while Jong is still on his knees. After that, Peter's helping friend, a young lady with her dog waiting for him outside the church in her car, and she starts yelling at Peter by asking him what he is trying to do, if he has gone mad, why he is back here, and why he is picking a fight with seniors. What if they understand his natural face? Peter tells her it will not happen. She asks in amazement how. Peter answers her that he just thinks that they are B-ranked killers, and they lost to a D-ranked killer, and it is a humiliating thing for him. He won't be able to tell anyone about that because it's a shame that he has lost to an 18-year-old newcomer student. After saying this, Peter picked up his bike, started wearing his helmet, and asked if it had happened to her. Could she tell anyone about that? She replies that she was so worried about him that she had to come here. The next day, the teacher is very angry with the Dokgo brothers, realizing those IDs were their lives. How dare they lose that? The brothers are sitting in front of the teacher, shivering and sweating with fear, nervousness, and shame. Then, suddenly, Jong comes into their class and calls them. After seeing him, the Dokgo brothers become fearful and ask Jong the reason for his visit, asking him if he may want another fight with them. Jong stops them to call him sir again and again and tells them that they are not in the army. Jong explains to them that he is here to give their IDs. Brothers look excited after getting their volunteer IDs as their lives are saved. Hyung admires Jong, saying they thought he was a bad boy, but they were wrong as he is a nice guy. In the next scene, Peter is studying Lee Yuna's admission file as if trying to learn her history. Then Jong is about to leave and the Hyung brothers bow down to show some respect to his senior. Peter is watching this all from the back and smiling. He thinks about giving Lee Yuna's ID to her, but he believes he has yet to see her today. Meanwhile, other students come to the Dokgo brothers and ask them about their experience after meeting with the seniors or real killers. The brother replies that seniors are weaker than them. In a training room, Lee Yuna is training hard as if she has some grudge. She is calling herself pathetic, as in recent 2 fights she didn't take part and didn't help his mates either. She screams in guilt and hits hard in training. She is talking to herself that with her progress, she won't be able to save her younger brother, whose name is Eugen. Peter enters the training room, asks her who is so pathetic here, and tries to give her a volunteer card. Lee Yuna refuses to take that by telling her that she has no right to have that. She thinks that she doesn't deserve that. Peter adds and asks if it is because of her younger brother that she is calling herself pathetic and she is trying to become a killer when she is not born to be that. Lee Yuna picked up her mobile phone, which had a picture of herself with her younger brother. Lee Yuna angrily grabs Peter by his collar and asks him how he knows everything. Peter replies that he doesn't know much, and then Lee Yuna shuts him up by saying don't talk carelessly if he doesn't know anything. Peter holds her hand on his collar and tells her he knows about her younger brother, who isn't her biological brother. Lee Yuna stuns and asks how he came to know that. Peter asks her to tell him what exactly happened with her brother. She starts telling Peter about her story. When she was a girl, her brother from another mother asked her to go and ride the merry-go-round together and asked her permission as they were family. She jerks her away and leaves him behind by refusing to ride and tells him that he is not her brother. Lee Yuna recalls her birthday. When she was born, she was left behind by her parents in the lockers of the subway station. She had no family then, and she should have died then, but someone sent her to the orphanage, where she has no shortage of food and clothes, but she wasn't comfortable there. She has no courage or intention to make a family or friends. But she doesn't want to be alone again. Being alone isn't bad, but it is lovely. She wished to die as soon as possible to get rid of such life. Then she found herself suffering lots of injuries and lying on the bed of the hospital where someone was telling the doctor that she had lost a lot of blood. The doctor asked what had happened to her. Someone who brought her here told the doctor that they were on a mission where she got shot by a bullet. Still, they couldn't stop her blood from bleeding, and they don't have blood in their blood bank too. They asked the doctor that should they send her to Honor Hospital, or they need to throw her away for dying. They recall that Lee Yuna had been with them for a long time, but it's not that she was with them alone. They had a lot more like her. As orphanage funding is decreasing daily, they can throw her away. Then his brother come in and asks Lee Yuna to leave as it is dangerous for her to stay there, and he tells his teacher to wait for him outside. Lee Yuna regrets that she should have died earlier in her life. Lee Yuna thinks that she knows about that place and that it will come, and it has come. It should have come earlier, but it's okay that it is coming now. She has no regrets. With that, she closes her eyes. The scene changes, where Lee Yuna is lying on the hospital bed. The doctor asks her how she is feeling now. The doctor says that it is a miracle that she is alive. After that miracle, she wasn't able to meet Lee Yujin. She searches for him by asking other kids, but they reply that he has disappeared. He was so stubborn that the teacher tried to stop him, but nothing could stop him. He said he needed to save his Nuna. He called Lee Yuna by her nickname, Nuna. And it's okay if he died in saving her sister's life. Lee Yuna ran here and there to search for his brother, but it was all over. Meanwhile, Yujin lying on a hospital bed and asking the doctor about his sister. It looks like Yujin donated his blood to save her life. Lee Yuna ran to meet her brother, thinking she had no family, but Yujin was there with her, looking after her and questioning what he had done for her. Then in next scene, a doctor is talking to someone about whether he knows how much one pack of blood coagulants costs. It cost 1,70,000 won. Yejin eats every 5 hours for some days. He thinks Yujin is a ghost taking all his money. He suggests throwing away Lee Yujin to save his money. Suddenly, Lee Yuna bumps into the doctor with many bandages on her body. The doctor is stunned to see her here, and she asks the doctor not to throw her brother away. She says she is fine and can go outside and earn money for his treatment. She asks about the hospital's fee. She doesn't care how much it is, as she will pay it anyway. She reminds her that it was the first time she had a reason to live. She doesn't care anymore if he is not his actual brother. It also doesn't matter if he looks different from her. She will do anything to save his life. Peter releases his collar by putting his hands out and tries to leave by saying that he has recklessly stuck his nose into her matter, but will continue to do that. He tells her to complete her training, but Lee Yuna stops Peter by picking his arm and claims he is the strongest person she has ever met. Can he please help her become more robust? She is begging Kim Sungu for that. Then, suddenly, she realized that she had crossed the line when she was emotional due to her brother. She tried to cover things up by molding her request for help, and she explained that she wanted Kim Sungu to be her teacher to train her to become stronger. Park Sungu replies that it is her way of asking for favors. Lee Yuna claims she is doing better even though she doesn't have a teacher like Kim Sungu. When she was about to leave, Kim Sungu told her he was considering accepting her request. She misunderstands his point, comes closer to Kim Sungu, and asks if she can call him by calling him a teacher. Peter thinks that having a student like her would be horrible. She realized what Peter was talking about and asked him to instruct him. Peter tells her to think about that. She is weak, she doesn't have an incredible physique, she is scared of many things, and her temper is horrid. Peter adds that these are horrible characteristics of a killer. But Peter tells her that she has the best eyes for a killer. Lee Yuna looks shocked by listening to this. Peter explains that when they were in Octopus's restaurant, he noticed that she wasn't afraid of everything happening there, and she didn't let her eyes stray from the fight, and it feels like she was absorbing it all. She was watching closely all the techniques she could see. Peter then adds a quote. During the training of baseball players, their coaches instruct them that when they hit runs for home, they have to be able to see the stitching of the incoming ball. It explains the importance of concentration. Lee Yuna thinks Peter is complimenting her, but Peter explains that he is just telling her about facts. By saying this, he starts picking out something from his coat's pocket and tells Lee Yuna that there is a weapon that can change her many limitations to advantages, the only weapon she can use to defeat anyone. If Lee Yuna learns it properly, she can do wonders without a teacher's help. Peter adds that things will turn her into a real killer. After saying this, he throws something at Lee Yuna, and she catches it with his hands. The scene changes, and the Dokgo brothers smell ones and enjoy its smell. They are amazed to hear they will receive 1,000,000 won weekly for becoming official killers. They assume how much they will get when they become disciples. Peter thinks that disciples don't care about money because they can afford anything they want and consider what they should buy with this money. Peter asks the brothers if he doesn't see student Lee Yuna where she is. The brothers tell him they are sure she will be on her part-time job as she has been doing this for the last 2 weeks. She might be cleaning now. The brothers explain to Peter that she cleans the traces the killers left behind on their mission. She can touch bad things and intensities. She is doing this maybe she has the ability by birth. Peter thinks she is now the official killer. She will receive 1,000,000 won weekly without doing anything now. Peter is trying to understand why she is doing this. In reality, she is doing this for his brother. She wants to earn as much money as possible to treat her brother and save his life. She may be doing part-time jobs to fulfill her food needs as she overeats. Other brothers explain that she overeats on lunch because it is free and she wants to save money. They then mock Kim Sungu, saying he needs to listen to their words of wisdom to be rich. However, Hyung says that Kim Sungu needs to listen to him. He ignores us, and he looks so elegant when he ignores someone. Kim Sungu thinks Lee Yuna can't spend such a vast amount of money on herself. For sure, she is hiding a secret about her brother. Lee Yuna just texted the brothers to bring her scarf, and they looked amazed after reading the text. They wonder why she needs a scarf in this hot spring weather. After that, the brothers are marching into the ice plant, where they are shivering due to coldness. They look stunned, which is why Lee Yuna calls them into this place. They remind Lee Yuna that they now receive 1,000,000 won every week, so please hurry up and let's go out from there. Lee Yuna was shocked after hearing this. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. She also can't believe it because she could not afford cafeteria food before that, and now she will get 1,000,000 every week. The brother asked Lee Yuna what she was doing there, and she replied that she had some training sessions there. The brothers mock her, saying she might have a new part-time job here now. Lee repeats angrily that she is here for training. The brothers asked her what training she was taking there and if she was learning to break these ice blocks with bare hands. Lee Yuna replies that not with her bare hands, but with this, she shows what Peter has given her earlier. It is a rope dart that will help her to become a natural killer. A rope dart is a traditional weapon of Wushu. One can wrap the rope around his body and throw the dart at his enemy. Power is proportional to velocity. Due to rotation added to the throws, it becomes much more destructive than when they usually hurl it. Another advantage is that their enemy won't know when and where the dart will come flying. It is fast and robust. The brothers make fun of that and say they should use a gun instead of a hidden weapon. Lee Yuna replies that it is vital that they can break one block of ice with one strong shot, and it is still a toy. The brothers claim that guns are more powerful and convenient to use instead of toys, as they can have one shot and one kill. Peter replies yes, he is right, one shot, one kill, but what if they have to kill 5? Then indeed they have to fire 5 bullets for that, but this toy can kill 5 or more in just one hit. Lee Yuna then throws a rope dart, which breaks many ice blocks and stuns the brothers. They start searching for it on online websites to buy it. When Lee Yuna is about to leave the ice plant, the owner asks her about her first day. She told him it was a good day for her and that she would return after her part-time cleaning job. The owner of ice plant is Park Bingsu, a D-ranked killer with 113th place. She confirms with Lee Yuna that her name is Lee Yuna, right? He claims to Lee Yuna that he has seen many people come here for training, but has never seen someone who destroys the ice as she did today. Lee Yuna asked the owner about the ice payment, but he refused to take it and said that her friend had already paid for it about 3 hours ago. Peter paid the price. Peter paid 1,000,000 won for that. Lee Yuna is in shock after hearing this. The owner adds that he also gave him this. He said to hand this over to her after her training. This is a medical cream that avoids scars on her hands. While leaving the ice plant, Lee tries to send a thanking text to Peter, but she changes her mind. Suddenly, she gets a call from Peter. Peter asks her how she's doing, and she replies that she is thinking about today's lunch menu. Peter replied that today, the pork and strawberries are spicy and marinated. Lee Yuna tries to hang up the call, but Peters congratulates her on getting her real weapon. By saying this, he hung up the call. Then we see the brothers are practicing with the rope dart, but are unable to throw it like the way Lee Yuna threw it earlier today. One says to the other that if he doesn't know about the basics for that, then he can't use it combat even if he trained for 10 years. Peter thinks the weapon and strength she is seeking now have already been in her grasp for a long time. The scene changes, and we see Park Sang-do fighting with multiple opponents, and he is asking them all to attack him at once. Park Sang-do is screaming and asking them to bring as many B and C rank killers to him as they can. They won't be enough to kill him. Park claims that if a B ranked failed to kill him, how can a C ranked do that? He will be more hopeless. Then we see someone with a doctor's overcoat coming and asking if he should kill their ranked Park Sang-do. They need to call a disciple for that. On his arrival, all the B and C ranked killers bowing down regarding that guy. Park Sang-do is shocked to see that guy and even drops his knife on the ground. The doctor picks up his knife and asks Park Sang-do if he likes making bets, and then he makes one with him. The doctor adds that the killer, Park Sang-do, who is close to becoming an S-ranked disciple, can win against authentic disciples. The scene shifts, and a baby girl is crying, lying on the floor as she is afraid of needles and doesn't allow the doctor to give her an injection. The brothers are also in the hospital, as they are here to give blood and fingerprint samples to the Glory Club for record keeping. The brothers are kidding by seeing the kid reactions to avoid needle. They wonder that she is weak, that's why she is afraid of such simple needle. Peter is also there for a blood sample, as he is afraid of this test because it will reveal his reality to the Glory Club. This will reveal his real identity, and the receptionist explains that when someone becomes a new killer, he must undergo a physical examination, consisting of various tests, at the Divine Honor Hospital managed by Glory. She asks Peter about his date of birth. He initially starts telling his correct answer, but then he realizes and tells his wrong date of birth, which is Kim Song-gu, and it is a 2005. Peter is worried about this blood collection, and when he is thinking about that, the nurse calls his name for the collection. The main reason for this blood collection is that they are putting the collar on them, and biological information, like DNA and fingerprints, doesn't change with age. If anyone tries to betray the organization and run away, this collar will let them find and kill them. Peter thinks that Pietro's DNA is already stored here, and Kim Sung-gu's DNA will be extracted today are the same. In other words, he will be exposed. After giving his blood sample, Peter visits his helper blind friend and says that he has completed his blood collection, which will expose his truth to Glory. The blind girl won't believe that, and she starts beating Peter. She recalls that first, he picked a fight with B-ranked killers, and now he has given his blood. She can't believe that and claims that Peter is just advertising that he is Pietro. She thinks Peter is inviting the Glory Club to come and kill him. Peter picks the point of the advertisement and starts thinking about something. It looks like he gets an idea from the ad to save him from exposure. The blind girl is not picking what he is thinking and asks him if he is wishing death for himself. Peter tells her that he doesn't allow them to come and get him. He has an idea instead to mislead their pursuit. Peter shows his plan, which is to bomb the hospital. The girl is stunned after listening to his idea and starts beating him. She says that Peter has gone crazy because he has escaped being old. She adds that the hospital has all the Glory Club's treasures. Seoul Divine Honor General Hospital, managed by the Glory Club, is one of the largest hospitals in Korea. That may look ordinary from the outside, but he knows what it does. Masking assassinations as medical accidents, getting rid of injured killers, concealing corpses, and so on. It is a hospital run by other killers for killers. Peter explains that the hospital's data center manages his DNA, so he has no choice but to bomb it. The girl accepts his idea and agrees to help him with his idea. The girl asks Peter if he knows who is leading the hospital right now. It's another disciple named Nathanael. Peter recalls that he is not even a human being. His code name is Nathanael, and his full-time job is as a doctor. Although he was praised as a genius doctor given to us by God, he caused a medical accident and went into hiding. She then reminds Peter of a 4-year-old incident in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. A policeman returns to his office when he sees a rope hanging clothes on it for drying. He thinks that someone mad has done this. It is the police station instead of the laundry. When he comes closer to that, he realizes that it's not clothes but human dead bodies hanging on them. He was shocked after seeing this. After identification, he came to know that all the bodies from this incident belonged to the members of Rio's gangs. They have all gathered in one place and started fighting with each other. Police went there with a squad to capture all of them, and they were allowed to kill all if they resisted. Police are warning each other that if they make a mistake, then they will all be dead. The mission name is Guerra ao Crime, War on Crime. Captain opens the door a bit and has a look inside, and he smells gunpowder. He further sees that there is no one inside but blood and guns scattering on the floor, and the strangest thing is that the firearms are curved. He is shocked after seeing that and stopped others to take a further step. He wasn't sure that if this fight was between humans. This doesn't feel good to him, and he decides to inform headquarters first. Staff Sergeant Fernando calls the headquarters to tell the situation, but then suddenly someone grabs him from his head inside the room, and the rest is silent. The operator listens to his screams and suggests his support. He screams to save his life. When his other fleet goes inside, they see nothing but his shoe, and his body is hung on the roof. The disciple Nathanael appears with Sergeant Fernando's head in his hand and asks to send someone stronger. They opened up fire on Nathanael, but as expected, he killed all of them. The 6 gang bosses, who were above the law and ruled Rio for 30 years, and the world's best military police officers, have all been slaughtered in one day. She tells Peter it was challenging to get this crime scene noted. After listening to this crime scene, Peter says he has suspicions. He asks if it is possible to bend guns with human strength. She claims this information from the most confidential government files, which are now. Peter says that she has given him good information. Peter is thinking about how he can go inside. Peter tells her he has an idea to go inside and asks her for help. With her help, Peter displayed an advertisement claiming that Pietro would visit Dr. Nathanael on the 24th of August. The hacker is telling her that on her request, he has hacked into Glory's server and posted the advertisement Kim Sungu created, but he doubts it works or not. He adds that if Glory finds out, then she will be in deep trouble, boss, as she is putting her life on the line for that 19-year-old joke. She explains that it's something she has never seen. That guy hasn't failed a mission he had planned for in 50 years of his career. In the next scene, inside the hospital, everyone is talking about the advertisement, and they wonder if Pietro is alive, and they are excited to see the honest Pietro. Meanwhile, Glory sends killers to capture Pietro, mostly D-ranked killers. D-ranked killers are talking to each other that even though he's old and shriveled, how can they capture a disciple, Pietro himself? Others say that they are just gatekeepers, real killers are there, and they are famous Brazilian killers. Just look at them, they are so violent. His code name is Agentes Funerarios. His particular trait is Nathanael's mercenaries. They are curious to see a ranked killers and a disciple Nathanael on the same day. They are very excited to see a fight between 2 disciples. They are wondering who will win that fight. Nathanael has the upper hand as Pietro is old and has cancer, so that the winner will be Nathanael. Everyone doesn't want old Pietro to come here because he is their hero, and they will support him instead of dying. Pietro's face is everywhere, so he won't leave this place alive. Meanwhile, someone is gathering all and seeking their attention and informing them that when they see Pietro, don't engage him in the fight, but show him respect, let him come closer to him, then use his tranquilizer gun. He can put the elephant to sleep in 3 seconds. Also, when someone spot him, please ring the emergency bell and report his location immediately. The ranked killers will come in his support. Peter is smiling. How interesting is it that Pietro is capturing Pietro? Kim Sungu is taking his position. Everyone is taking their positions. The scene changes where the top leaders of the Glory Club are taking a bath with hot water in the tub together with them. The head of the Glory Club is also there. They need to be convinced of the skills of New Glory's boss. One thinks that he is worried when the boss starts picking a fight with Pietro. They are not in a position to find him right now. What if Pietro comes to show them who he is? One addresses the boss, Choi Yunchang. He is talking about this because they all know how excellent Pietro is. Then he warns the boos that they don't need to complicate things and kill him as soon as possible, and if they're unable to catch this old tiger, then give up so that they don't have to take action. The boss said he thought that way and would continue with his plan. Boss claims that he has excellent hospitality for that older man, even though he has forgotten where and with whom he is sitting. By saying this, he puts down the head of that older man into the water of the bathtub. He adds that if he is the army chief of staff, then be better at reading the room, he should have discharged himself from the military instead. He continues to suffocate his mate into the water and tells everyone that he is not stupid. He has taken all his measures to capture Pietro. He is desperate to see if Pietro can beat the masterpiece he has created. Meanwhile, in the Human Resource Department, Kim Sung-gu holds the head of the staff and rotates it in a way to break his neck, but instead of breaking his neck, he tries to do that in a way to release his tiredness. He falls on the ground and then stands back again with great pleasure and asks Kim Sung-gu that how a young doctor like him learned this technique. Peter replies that it's not a particular technique but part of his job. Then he asks the staff if he knew a doctor called Na Hyun-il at this hospital. He replies that he has never heard about him before. Peter leaves the room by telling himself that he needs to find Nathaniel, but the person named Na Hyun-il doesn't exist. Peter wonders if he may go undercover after discarding his identity. He claims that whatever the situation, he is sure about one thing. The disciple that Nathaniel is in the hospital. They are looking for each other, and determining who will find the other first is a speed battle. The brothers appear in the scene and ask Peter what he is doing here. Peter ignores their question and asks them about Liuna. They reply that she is not here because she is not in the team to find Pietro, as she is low in rank. The brothers tell Kim Sung-gu that they have searched the whole lobby but couldn't find any clue of Pietro. Peter admires them, and the brothers tell him that if he sees someone suspicious, then call them so they can protect him. Peter replies that he will surely keep that in mind. Suddenly, an older man who looks like Pietro passing nearby them. They shout that they have found Pietro, as he looks like him very much. Peter tells them that this old guy is not Peter, but they march towards him, catch him, and ask him if he is their hero. The older man is shocked to hear that and asks them what they are talking about. They force him to leave this place, but the older man resists that he is here for treatment. A nurse asks Peter if he might need a syringe to collect blood from that old guy, and the Peter replies that he doesn't need that as he already does. The older man tries to tell the brothers that he is here for treatment, so please let him go, but they resist him to keep quiet so that they can leave this place quietly. Then suddenly, Lee Yuna bumps into Hyun. Hyun asks her without seeing her if she is blind. When he realizes that she is none other than Lee Yuna, he asks her why she is here, as she has a low rank so she might not be here to catch Pietro. Lee Yuna replies that she is here to see her younger brother. By saying this, Lee Yuna rushes away to meet her brother. Peter also finds the reason for her visit to the hospital. Then Peter hears the voice of his helper, that blind girl, asking him if it's not a time for him to think about juniors. Peter replies that she knows him. The blind girl then asks if he has found a way to recognize Nathaniel. Peter claims that the HR department doesn't know anything about him. Peter replies that he is still thinking about the way, as they both are looking for each other. Peter is thinking about exposing him without exposing what Pietro Nathaniel is looking for. While considering this, he came across Rodrigo, a former agent funerario, a B-rank killer. He is also here to capture Peter. He mocks Peter by calling him Glory's D-rank killer and orders him to do his work or he will kill him. Peter introduces himself to Rodrigo and explains that he is just passing by. Peter smiles and thinks that he has an idea to expose Nathaniel now. As he is not showing his face, Peter will bait him. Peter asks G1 blind girl if it is time to use their particular technique. She acknowledges Peter and tells him to get ready. Meanwhile, Peter, wearing the dress of an operation surgeon with a cap and mask on his face, and enters the room of that killer Rodrigo. He asks Peter who he is and what he is doing here. Peter replies that he is his operating surgeon, D-rank killer Kim Sung-gu. Rodrigo recognizes him and tells him to leave and find Pietro. Kim Sung-gu replies that he is not looking for Pietro right now, but he is looking for a disciple Nathaniel. Then he asks his location. Rodrigo replies why a D-rank killer like him is looking for Nathaniel. He hits his baseball bat on the bed to show him some anger. Peter replies that he won't answer him, but there is only one reason, and that is why a killer is asking about someone. Surely to kill him. By saying this, Peter attacks Rodrigo. Rodrigo accepts that with a smile as he is spending some boring time here, so it is a good time to fight. The scene changes where a control room guy running toward his professor with fear and calling him to tell him about something, which is why he is here to report him. The professor asks him why he is screaming. The control room guy shows the professor a video on the tab pictured in the cameras. The footage is from the orthopedic operating room on the 3rd floor of the Eastern Wing. In the footage, Peter took almost 10 seconds to kill Rodrigo, a B-ranked killer. The professor realizes that he is none other than Pietro. The professor then asks about his current location, and the staff replies that they are confirming his location with the security team. Apart from that, all the hospital's CCTV files are being deleted in real time, and they don't have the technical skills to stop that. The professor looks so excited. Pietro is here, and he can't wait to see him. Meanwhile, the professor has stored all the other disciples they killed in large glass bottles and has prepared one special bottle for Pietro. Peter used technology to convert his face from young to older to bait them, and he thinks he succeeded in that. Secretary Kim also acknowledged that the expressions and wrinkles perfectly match the fabulous Pietro. Peter is sure that now Nathaniel will expose himself. Ji-won is also sure about that. She thinks when he knows he has been attacked like that when he has people everywhere, she is also curious to see Nathaniel's face. Ji-won then asks Peter about his next step, and he replies that he will wait for him to show his face. The scene changes where Lee Yuna is sitting at the table while having lunch and reading the messages he just received from the hospital reception. Lee Yuna thinks they might be texting her as she is late submitting his brother's fee. Still, he confirms that he is messaging her because their professor expects to meet her, and they have sent a car to the Divine Honor High School's gate to take her. Lee Yuna thinks that is why he wants to meet her. Maybe he knows what happened in Octopus's restaurant back then. It would be better for her not to meet him. Otherwise, she might be in trouble, and especially Kim Sung-gu would be in danger too. She continues to eat her burger. When she thinks this all, Peter appears and addresses her by touching her shoulder. She is terrified as if Peter is a ghost. She says her mom is waiting for her to eat, so she is going. Peter puts her down on the table through her shoulder and asks her if everything is all right. He tells her that he is Kim Sung-gu and he is here to eat, and she replies that she will go somewhere and eat. Peter replies that he can't eat alone as he ordered 2 meals by mistake and then gives Lee Yuna 1 meal. Lee Yuna thinks that 2 chickens is the minimum order here. Peter says he is here to meet someone but has arrived earlier. Lee tries to ask whom he is about to meet, and Peter tells her that telling him his identity will create problems for them and offers her a piece of chicken. Lee tries to reject that chicken piece, but Peter adds that she can do that by accepting the box. Lee Yuna tells Peter that she will leave after eating 1 piece. Meanwhile, Lee Yuna finishes her chicken box, and Peter asks if she is about to leave after eating 1 piece. Now she has finished the whole box. After she had finished her meal, Lee Yuna asked Peter whom he would meet. She then asks why he is here in the Divine Honor General Hospital. She claims it will be hard for Peter to trust her because she was with an octopus when they first met. She adds that she noticed his relationship with his grandpa. Because they can't find him even if she helps Peter, she can tell Peter one thing: that grandpa was shot while protecting her and he might be dead now. Peter replies that he doesn't want to drag her into this, but he is looking for disciple Nathaniel. Peter is sure that she might have seen him once in this hospital. Peter then shows the picture on his mobile phone to Lee Yuna and asks her if he recognizes him. Peter claims that she is here to meet Nathaniel separately as she is not part of the draft for the hunt of Pietro. Lee Yuna says that he is not Nathaniel but the honest Nathaniel. Suddenly, they are interrupted by some people approaching them, and they ask Lee Yuna why she is wandering around without any escort. She must avoid that because that man Pietro is already in the building. Peter thinks that his bait has worked. Meanwhile, Nathaniel tells Lee Yuna to stay in the ward obediently. Nathaniel then asks Lee Yuna, who is sitting next to him. When he asks, Peter gets up from eating. Lee Yuna fears that if these two are involved with each other, they will indeed fight. Still, Peter stuns everyone when he bows down and greets Nathanael by holding his hand. He introduces himself to Professor and tells him he is here to capture Pietro. His name is Kim Sung-gu, and he is a D-rank killer. He then adds that it is an honor for a D-rank killer like him to meet a disciple like Nathanael. Kim Sung-gu says he will bring Pietro's head to him and asks him to do that. Nathanael then urges Lee Yuna to come to his room. When he finishes his rounds, he will send someone to escort her to his room. By saying this, he leaves the place and continues his rounds. Peter thinks disciple Nathanael is not an average disciple. Nathanael continues his rounds when his fellow doctor tells him that the person who caught Park Sang-do, according to the instructor at Divine Honor High School, the children were lucky, and he doesn't need to worry about it. Nathanael then asked about the profiles that he had requested for his review. The fellow doctor presents it to the professor, but it slips from Nathanael's hand and drops on the ground. The fellow doctor immediately brings it up and excuses himself to the professor. By that time, Nathanael recalls the moment he met with Kim Sung-gu when he holds his hand to greet him. Nathanael then asks his subordinate about the name of the guy he met in the cafeteria. His subordinate recalls a guy named Kim Sung-gu. Nathanael wants to keep his close and observe him, and he thinks that he will be a good sample. Peter is talking with his blind friend Ji-won on the phone. He tells her that Nathanael is currently searching for Pietro. She tells Peter that in this situation, he should get away from there to save his identity and life, but he is about to accept Nathanael's offer to join his escort. Peter finds it fun. The blind girl screams in fear that this older man is mad. She warns Peter that if he gets caught, they all will be dead then. Peter thinks that he will explore this place when he joins his escort. The scene changes, where Kim Sung-gu is accepting Nathanael's offer to join his escort. His subordinate is giving him a key card that will give him access to any part of the hospital. The subordinate doctor tells Peter he is now in the above D rank category. He adds that the professor usually doesn't select an escort, but he is lucky. After that, he explains 3 rules to escort the professor. Number 1. Don't talk until he asks a question. Number 2. Don't be suspicious about what the professor is doing, and last but most importantly, never decline his grace. While telling him the rules, Peter notes that he was sweating nervously. He then asks Peter to go and meet him. He likes to be on time. In the next scene, the subordinate doctor takes Peter to the professor's office, where he tells him that he has brought Kim Sung-gu as he ordered. The professor is glad they are not late. He then starts his rounds and asks Peter to join him. Then, there is a glimpse of the professor's escort team. Their main person is Agent Funerario, and his trait is that of a Brazilian fighter. Peter thinks this will be challenging, as these guys are not from glory, and their rule is to follow the king and exist for the king. Professor asks his subordinate about Pietro. He explains that they have taken all the measures as his order, all the hospital's entrances are sealed, and they gave an announcement to everyone that a sample of virus that was stored is now leaked until his disinfection have been done. They ask people to stay inside the hospital. Then he asked about the DNA comparison, and subordinates replied that they had drawn blood from all the older men around Pietro's age, and the result was expected after 48 hours. He thinks Pietro is good at disguises, but he needs to be able to fool DNA and leave the hospital. Peter thinks that Nathanael will take time to fall for things. Meanwhile, during his rounds, he is telling a kid to continue his treatment, then he can play soccer with him. If he doesn't complete his treatment, he might not be able to play soccer with him. Hen's nurse explained his situation to the professor, saying that his phone part was not good enough for the second surgery, so they could try to use the radial nerve. Nathanael suggests seeking help from Professor Yom on his surgery. Kim Sung-gu is standing behind the professor, thinking while looking at his wristwatch that there might be the reason that he selected him to join his escort, and he seems amazed at seeing his useless rounds. Then suddenly, the professor asks Kim Sung-gu if he might be disappointed as he calls him to join his escort, but he has not given any orders to him yet. Kim Sung-gu replies that he is not thinking that way. The professor claims this is not right as he can read his face. Then he asks him to follow him as he has something to show Kim Sung-gu. The scene shifts where Nathanael is going down the stairs, and it continues for a while when Peter thinks that this place is not associated with his keycard and is not marked on the hospital's floor plan. They are simply heading down, and Peter is curious to know what Nathanael is willing to show him. He then scans his crucial card and enters the room where he contains all his species samples. The professor then asked Peter if he had an interest in biology. Peter replied that he only knew the basics, and the professor thought it would be easy to explain. Then the professor quotes Charles Darwin, saying that all organisms evolve due to natural selection, evolution is based on coincidence, and there's no need to talk about equality. However, Darwin was wrong. As a god, nature, or coincidence, he did not choose evolution, only himself. The professor adds more that preserving strengths and developing them instead of doing crazy things like forcibly saving weak and sick people isn't a better and more sincere type of medical treatment. He tells Kim Sungu that it was why he had his eyes on him. When the professor talked to Kim Sungu, a specimen in the basement corridor suddenly escaped. Alarms were ringing, and they were alarming everyone to lock the corridor, and until they secured the specimen, don't unlock the doors. Every guard is on the move to capture that specimen. Meanwhile, the specimen running hard to reach on the ground floor. Ordinary people can't capture a specimen. They are all trying to stop him from reaching the ground floor. 2 guards try to stop him by shooting him, but he destroys them and continues escaping. All gates leading to the ground floor have been temporarily closed. Specimen thinks that he has just reached the exit gate, which will lead him to the ground floor. Then suddenly, a hand comes out from the wall and catches the specimen's skull and squeezes his head until he is dead. That's the hand of no other person but the professor. He whispers that he was thinking about something significant, but that specimen interrupts. Then he asks Peter if they can continue from where they left the topic. While saying this, he pulls out his hand from the wall and shows his interest in strong people, as he loves to rip and strip the muscles, ligaments, and cells of the strong. He then tells Peter that he sees potential in him, and possessing such strength at his age is very rare. Through him, he wants to see the result of his evolution. He asked Kim Sungu if he was not excited after getting the strength when he underwent the evolution. The professor then asks Kim Sungu to accept his grace. He draws his hand towards Kim Sungu to accept his offer and offers to evolve him to become as strong as a disciple. Kim Sungu is still thinking about his power, how he precisely broke the wall with his bare hands, and the accuracy to break the wall while he was right behind him to capture his skull and crush him. The timing and accuracy were so excellent, it stuns Peter too. Peter's friend asks him to stop and leave the hospital, but he refuses, as he is curious about the source of his power. She then asks what is his next plan. As his blood and the blood of older men are about to be analyzed, they will find out who he is. Peter replies that there is a way to stop that. He plans to swap the results. Results required 48 hours, so he should be in his room right now to swap the results. She asks how he will enter his room, and Peter replies that with the help of this key card, she asks about the consequences if he caught Kim Sungu. He replies that it won't happen, as he calculated the time during his rounds and took around 4 minutes and 30 seconds preciously. He will swap the results within that time. Scene shifts where the professor is on his round. Kim Sungu enters his room and starts searching for the results. The professor asks his subordinate if the outcome of the blood test of that older man is done. He replies that it has come and is in his room. They have compared all the blood samples, but there isn't one sample that matches Pietro. The professors think it is interesting that they have analyzed all the blood samples of the older men in the hospital, but they don't match Pietro's DNA. His subordinates indicate that he might be hiding under the walls, but the professors reject his idea and ask them to use their imagination. It is possible that Pietro doesn't appear as they remembered him. Meanwhile, from nowhere, Nathanael comes to know that Kim Sungu is in his office and searching for something. He is amazed at how a D-rank killer enters a disciple's room in his absence and without his permission. At the same time, Kim Sungu thinks that for the last 2 days, Nathanael has been doing his rounds at the same time, and in the same way, there are still 2.5 minutes left until his return. Nathanael is back in his room and asking explanation from Kim Sungu that why he is here. Kim Sungu thinks that Nathanael did this all for the last 2 days to bait him, as he offered him his grace and showed off his secret in the basement. Kim Sungu fears that maybe he has had doubts about him since the beginning. Nathanael again asks for an explanation from Kim Sungu. Kim replies with an innocent smile on his face that he is here to give him a file, about which he is not sure what's inside it, but Dr. Hong tells him to deliver this to Dr. Nathanael right away. When he is about to leave, then suddenly Nathanael stops him by holding him by his shoulder and asks if he knew about the consequences if this file had opened. Nathanael then asked if he was curious about the blood samples of the older adults. He asks what made him so interested in secretly coming into his room in his absence. And if Kim Sung-gu fails to give him the correct answer, then there will be one conclusion. After hearing this all, Kim Sung-gu looked nervous. Then Kim Sung-gu replied, after deep thinking, that Professor, a person can change his speech, movements, facial features, and expressions. Still, one thing that he can't change is his DNA, as they have yet to catch Pietro. Kim Sung-gu thought that it might be the older man might not be how they remember him to be. So he looked into it and compared this chart to those who recently transitioned or had plastic surgery, but there is no one like that. He just wanted to relook the data. Then suddenly, Kim Sung-gu asks Nathaniel's mercy as if he doubts him. His desire to catch Pietro overcomes him, and he crosses his limit. He should get his permission before doing this all and apologize to Nathaniel. Nathaniel asks Kim Sung-gu to lift his head. He then touches his forehead and admires his intelligence by touching him with his finger, and he adds that it is significant that he is working hard. Still, please remember to uphold his dignity as a member of Glory and leave now. By thanking Nathaniel, Kim Sung-gu leaves his room. Nathaniel realizes that Kim Sung-gu's skin is natural. His doubt about him is wrong, as his skin is of a real teenager's skin. Nathaniel is looking at the picture of Pietro in his tab, which was captured through CCTV. He is very curious to find Pietro. It is a place where the use of all weapons is allowed, and the king of that place is the champion. His name is Carter Pogman, the slasher whose trait is a killer kick. He was known as the man who has the most muscular legs in the world. Nathaniel encounters him and kills him by ripping off his leg. Then a guy who has world's most potent fist was murdered by Nathaniel. Nathaniel also cleaned up the world's strongest gang. He searched for all the world's strongest people and defeated them. But he couldn't become the best in the world as long as Pietro was alive. It irritates Nathaniel that every person praises Pietro. He is curious to meet him to defeat him and be the best in the world. He is curious to meet him but needs to find where he can see him. Why is he the only person who still needs to meet Pietro? He thinks the last person Pietro met might take him to his den. He then orders his assistant to bring Lee Yuna to his room immediately. Lee Yuna is standing outside the building with the brothers. The brothers are curious to know why he visited the hospital, as he is not on the team to capture Pietro. Lee replies that she is here because, for some reason, the brothers question whether they saw her visit Nathaniel's room or if he gave her a secret mission. Lee thinks that they are mad as they know nothing. Then suddenly, Nathaniel's assistant appears and tells Lee Yuna he is here to take her to Nathaniel's room as he wants to meet her right now. Lee looks shocked and asks why, but the assistant replies that he doesn't know anything. Nathaniel's assistant is an ranked undertaker. His name is Santos. The brothers are in shock to see this all. Lee Yuna looked nervous and went with Santos. In the next scene, Lee Yuna is sitting next to Nathaniel in his room. Nathaniel asks Lee Yuna how he managed to survive when other disciples found it difficult to survive against Pietro. At first, he thinks that maybe Pietro let her go, but then Park Sang-do, a ranked killer Sir, vivid again, as her only skill is to use a knife, and there's nothing else that's special about her. Lee Yuna thinks he has no proof, so she can pretend she knows nothing until the end. Nathaniel adds that disciples, including him, have only one hypothesis. He doubts that she must have received Pietro's help at the octopus's hideout and during the incident with Park Sang-do, and in return for his help, she might have made a deal with Pietro. As an orphanage, she has nothing to give Pietro in an agreement. Nathaniel stood up, put his hands on the table, got closer to Lee Yuna, and asked her if she had become Pietro's double agent. Nathaniel tells Lee Yuna that she can't do anything as she can't die and leave his brother behind helpless, as he knows that his brother Eugen has had hemophilia for a long time ago and has been in the hospital for a long time. He explains that it will be difficult for him to survive for another 3 years due to complications. He offers his brother the $4.5 billion blood serum injection the Divine Honor Hospital developed. With just one dose, he will be healthy. He then asks what her decision is. Lee Yuna asks him what she is supposed to do in return for that. Nathaniel replied that Pietro would tell him that he would come and see him on the 4th of August. She would tell Pietro that she would reveal everything, no matter what he asks. But tell him to come on the 4th of August at 2 p.m. at the clock tower in the hospital lobby. Nathaniel thinks that it might be a simple way to bait Pietro. Nathanael reminds Lee Yuna that she can't earn 4.5 billion won in 3 years on her own to save her brother's life, but in this way she can save his life, and he will get Pietro, as this deal is beneficial for both of them. But before that, he will give her a place to stay in the hospital with this diagnosis. Lee Yuna asks in nervousness what diagnosis, as she is fully fit. When she asks this, Nathanael breaks her arm with his hand and says that healthy people can't be admitted to the hospital. It leaves Lee Yuna in deep pain and she falls to the ground with her broken arm. Nathanael puts his foot on his broken arm and warns her that if she declines his offer, he will kill her and his brother. Lee Yuna cries in pain. Meanwhile, Lee Yuna is in his ward. While sitting on his bed, she is thinking that if Nathanael finds out that the person who helped her until now is Kim Sung-gu, he will surely kill Yujin, Kim Sung-gu, and her, and if she manages to succeed, then she can save her brother Yujin. While thinking about what she needed to do, a doctor suddenly appeared, asking if the patient was available in Ward 604. Lee Yuna replied that she was available, and then suddenly Kim Sung-gu enters her ward. Lee is surprised to see Kim Sung-gu, and Kim tells her it's time for her injection. Lee Yuna asks him why he is here. Kim Sung-gu switches on the television and tells her it is time for the national singing contest. She asks in shock why he has come here to see the completion. Lee replies that she wants to see the Dono wrestling, and they start fighting for the remote control. Lee asks her to give her a remote and leave his ward. Kim Sung-gu asks why she is telling him to leave because of Nathanael. Kim Sung-gu then tells Lee Yuna that he is her teacher, and he doesn't remember breaking his apprentice's arm, and asks her who does that with her. Lee Yuna calls Kim Sung-gu's name with deep pain and asks about his availability on the 4th of August, as she has something to ask from him, which is why she is asking. Kim Sung-gu replies that she can ask him right now, but she says not right now. On the 24th of August, she tells him to come at 2 p.m. to the clock tower in the hospital lobby. Please don't ask her any questions and do what she says. By saying this, she thinks that's her only choice, and that's the best she can do. Peter accepts what she asks and leaves her ward. It starts raining, and Lee Yuna is talking to herself by looking at her brother's picture, which she has no choice but to do. The 4th of August arrives, and Nathanael is desperate to meet Pietro, as he has waited so long for that day. After all, Pietro announced that he would visit to meet him on that day. Meanwhile, Lee Yuna is using headphones, receives a call from Nathanael, and asks her where Pietro is. Lee replies that he will be on his way. The time has come, and Pietro is on its way to the lobby. Scene shifts where Lee Yuna is talking with his brother on the phone. His brother asks her if she has a boyfriend now, and he sees a group photo of her with 3 other adults in her profile picture. Lee replies that they are her friends. His brother asks again about that boy in the middle. He is talking about Peter and claims that he is handsome from all, so she likes him. Lee Yuna replies that they are just friends. He then shows his interest in playing soccer with them, as soccer is his favorite sport, and adds that he wants to watch the Soccer World Cup with them to cheer Korea. Lee Yuna acknowledges and tells him he will buy tickets for him. His brother looked excited as this might be his first overseas tour, but he stopped Lee Yuna to purchase tickets. He didn't want to go on the plane, so he went with them. Lee stops him from saying such hopeless things. Yujin explained that he refused because the tickets were too expensive. Lee Yuna asks him that it is not his concern to think about money. Lee tells him to be ready, as his sister controls everything. Lee Yuna then tells Yujin that the doctor told her that the new medicine was adequate and that he would be utterly fit if Yujin got 1 dose of it. Yujin looks excited to hear that, so Lee Yuna asks him not to worry about it and to focus on his health and treatment. Yujin expresses his love for Lee Yuna by telling her he is so lucky to have her as his sister. Lee Yuna stops him from saying such cringe things. Yujin looks tired, so he tells Yuna that he will sleep. Lee Yuna tells him that he is okay and hangs up the call. In next scene, Lee Yuna is standing alone in the lobby under the clock tower. Nathanael asks her about Pietro. He has to be there now, and she again replies that he might be on his way. Nathanael asks again about Pietro. She recalls that she told him to meet her at the clock tower in the yard instead of the lobby. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-gu is standing under the clock tower in the yard, waiting for Lee Yuna, staring at his wristwatch and waiting for her. Lee Yuna thinks that Nathanael will surely kill Kim Sung-gu if he knows that Kim Sung-gu killed Octopus. She notices that Nathaniel's killers are everywhere, waiting for Pietro at the reception desk, nurses, station and lobby. He realizes that no matter how robust Kim Sung-gu is, he can't handle these two dangerous killers at once. She prayed for Kim Sung-gu to run away as he appeared in her life from nowhere. Initially, she was suspicious about him, but for the first time in her life, she realized how nice it is to eat a meal with someone, to share a good time with someone, and to lean on someone in times of need. Apart from all, he was the first person to think sincerely about what she is good at, Sung-gu. So she can't betray such a nice guy like Kim Sung-gu. Nathaniel asks again. Lee Yuna looks nervous and afraid of him. She then tells him that she has never seen Pietro after that day, and he has never called her. She lies to him because she wants medicine for her brother. Nathaniel thinks he might not have been here if old Pietro knew about his presence. Lee Yuna falls to the ground on her knees and asks Nathaniel to tell her to do something else. She can do anything he wants. She explained that she is also good at cleaning and training hard nowadays. She is crying and begging for her brother's life. Nathaniel tells Lee Yuna that she has failed to bring Pietro here. It's a shame, so he has no other choice but to kill her. He tells her that she is useless for him if she can't bring Pietro to him. He then tells his killers to kill her. They are marching towards Lee Yuna to kill her. Then suddenly, fire alarms start beating everywhere as if the hospital has caught to fire. They advised patients and medical team to evacuate calmly and repeats that alarming warning. Everyone is running out to save their lives from fire. Nathaniel wonders why he hasn't smelled fire yet and why the alarms are on. He sends his assistant to look into this matter. Then suddenly, Kim Sung-gu appears in the lobby and asks Lee Yuna why she is crying. Lee Yuna is in shock after seeing him. It was Kim Sung-gu who was making those announcements while holding a microphone in his hand. Lee Yuna asks him what he is doing here. He replies that he has promised to meet her at the clock tower, so he is here. Kim Sung-gu on the microphone asks Nathaniel's killers that when a fire occurs then, ordinary people try to run to a safe place, but they haven't run. It means that they are not doctors or patients, but they are killers who are here to kill someone. Nathaniel questions Kim as if he just said this all to him, or if he is trying to save Lee Yuna's life. Nathaniel claims he knew from the start that he is up for something but can't handle these guys. Agent Funerarios is from Rio, Brazil, where the life expectancy of children born there is only 16 years. It is because most of the children die before they turn 10 because of the endless stream of corpses. That place was called the town of funerals. So, to survive there, one have to be strong in kidnapping, drug dealing and prostitution. Agent Funerarios commands all the criminal businesses there and becomes the most vital organization in Brazil. Nathaniel tells Kim Sung-gu that the 100 strongest people who manage to survive there are with him right now, so he can't win against 100. Meanwhile, all the killers surround Kim Sung-gu. Nathaniel claims that he sees potential in him as if he is like a tiger cub. If Kim accepts his early offer to grow with his nurturing, then indeed he will become the best predator who can defeat anyone. Nathaniel warns Kim Sung-gu again that he can't win against his men, stops protecting her, and accepts his offer. But Kim Sung-gu nods his head. Then, two killers of Agent Funerario jump from the upper floor to Kim Sung-gu to kill him. Their names are Sao Paulo and Rafaelo. They are B-rank killers, and they are rushing toward Kim Sung-gu by calling him a D-rank tiger, but at that moment, Kim Sung-gu cuts their throats with his pen's pin without watching them stuns everyone. Nathaniel appreciates Kim Sung-gu's move as he kills his opponents who are coming from above without even looking at them, and he precisely targets their vital points too. That stuns Nathaniel too. Kim Sung-gu asks Nathaniel if he still considers him a tiger cub. Nathaniel then asks Kim Sung-gu how much a person takes to die. He then explained that 1 minute and 12 seconds when they cut his artery, 40 seconds when they cut his vein, and if they cut his carotid artery, then it takes only 12 seconds to die. He starts assuming that Kim Sung-gu will take 1 minute for one person to kill, and the total of killers that Sung-gu needs to go against is 100. Nathaniel is so curious that if Sung-gu survives for 100 minutes against his best 100 killers. Meanwhile, half of the killers start moving towards Kim Sung-gu to kill him. They chant that they won't sacrifice their brothers' lives, which were killed by Sung-gu a few moments ago, until they die too. They plan to jump at Sung-gu together, but he won't be able to deal with them. They all slowly corner Sung-gu. Lee Yuna also looks nervous because she thinks Sung-gu won't survive against all of them. Sungu thinks that these killers aren't the slightest bit concerned, even though their comrades are dead now, and their fighting spirit hasn't wavered at all. Two of the killers are talking to each other. One is asking the other why he is surprised by that. It is embarrassing for him as they have been together since their births. The other replies that he won't understand that because he was raised differently, for them risking their lives is as same as eating. Then suddenly, they all attack Kim Sungu, but Sungu is fast enough to dodge all their moves, but he can only win against them by dodging some. Kim Sungo is now in the corner of the ward. Nathanael asks him what he will do now as his killers trap him, and there are dozens of killers blocking his way. He wondered if he had any way to get out from there now. Sungu replies that he has so many ways to get out from there. He smiles as if he wants them all to corner him in that way. Sung pulled out the cannon pipe and started throwing water at them. Sungu asked them why they were surprised as he hadn't started yet. But then suddenly, the water is stopped. Sungu is a little surprised to see that and thinks while watching at the pipe that it is the end of their playtime with water. A killer teases Sungu that he can't kill them with a water cannon. Sungu replies that he already said he hasn't started yet. By saying this, he picks up the electric shock machine. By touching them together, he creates some electricity sparks and puts them down in the water. As they are all wet with water, electricity hits them all with high voltage, causing them to die. Nathanael is very much impressed by this move of Sungu and claps in appreciation. He tells Sungu how many more times he will surprise him. Nathanael explains Sungu's move. He allowed agents funerarios to corner him so he could use the defibrillator after getting them all wet with the water cannon. Nathanael claims that Sungu is becoming more charming the more he looks at him. Nathanael then corrects himself. He said at the start that Sungu would take 100 minutes to kill them all, but he was wrong as the numbers would decrease by half, so he should correct himself. Sungu would take an hour to deal with them all. Sungu replies that he thinks it will take this long to get through all of them. Meanwhile, Sungu picks up a file and start writing something. The rest of the killers think about what he is writing, and after writing something, he throws that file to them when they see the marked cross on the body of a human. Sungu asks them if they are wearing a doctor's gown, but they still don't know what that means. He then explains that it means they will all die due to excessive bleeding due to a stab wound to their carotid artery. By showing his pen to them, he tells them that will be the cause of death for all of them. One of the killers realized that they couldn't deal with Sungu. Kim Sungu starts killing them all with his pen by cutting their carotid artery. In a few seconds, Sungu manages to kill half of them by cutting their neck, but half of them surround him and jump on him, but Sungu kicks them all out with his immense power. That shocked Liuna, and he started thinking about his first meeting with old Pietro, and how he said he had heard the story of the most muscular man in the world. Pietro said to her that he had all the books except the ones he didn't, the legend. People around him talked about him every day, but unlike most heroes of the stories that grab everyone's attention, she thinks about that legend as he was an ordinary-looking older man. He fought well with those killers. Still, she believes that he could not fight with 1,000 people and win. She thinks that she has heard a lot of rumors about him, but if the rumors about Pietro were accurate. By looking at Kim Sungu killing those killers single-handedly, she thinks that he might look like him. By then, Kim Sungu had killed all of them. Nathanael laughed to see that Kim Sungu took only 13 minutes to kill 100 people. Sungu tells him he hasn't done it yet, as Nathanael is still alive. He then asks Nathanael to choose whether he should come up or he will come down for that. Listening to this, Nathanael jumps to the floor and answers Sungu's question. After jumping down in front of Sungu, Nathanael is curious about Sungu's skills at this age. He looks amazed that he is a D-rank killer and is so skillful that he stuns Nathanael. He questions who he is actually, a killer from another country. When he was questioning Sungu, Sungu also showed his curiosity and told Nathanael that those who could be more confident usually talk a lot. Nathanael replies while smiling that Sungu should also know that a fighting spirit and arrogance are two different things. While saying this, Nathanael attacks Sungu. Kim Sungu is so skillful and has electric speed that he blocks his punch, but the power behind that punch is so strange that it causes Sungu to fly in the air. Sungu stuns after feeling his power. Liuna looks surprised too as Sungu is thrown into the air even though he has blocked the attack. That shows the strength of Nathanael. Sunggu also realized his strength and asked himself if he was a human. Meanwhile, Nathanael attacks again, this time with better intensity and speed, but Sunggu looks a little tired, as he used all his strength earlier to kill those 100 killers. Lee Yuna thinks that at this pace, Sunggu will surely lose. Nathanael continues to attack Sunggu with his full strength, then he picks up the dead bodies of killers and throws them to Sunggu. Sunggu still manages to block all his attacks. Nathanael mocks Sunggu, saying he is tired and hasn't started his fight yet. He continues to attack Sunggu and tells him that he can't defend himself because he is exhausted, but he won't accept it as an excuse. Nathanael punches hard to Sunggu and throws him away. Sunggu thinks that he has never seen such power before in his life. Sunggu hits the door of the elevator that breaks the door, and Sunggu falls in the elevator. Lee Yuna is also surprised to see Nathanael's strength, and she thinks Sunggu will die. They are both in the elevator now. Nathanael locks down the elevator and tells Sunggu he can't run away from him as they will fight in a confined space. Meanwhile, the walls of the elevator beating down hard as they throw each other with great power. During the fight, Nathanael continues to mock Sunggu as he thinks that Sunggu would be a great opponent, but he does not have significant power to compete with Nathanael. They continue to fight inside the elevator, which continues to go down and down. Lee Yuna is worried about Kim Sunggu as she calls him, but her voice can't reach Sunggu as he is so down. Lee is trying to find a way to go down as soon as possible. In the next scene, they go down to Nathanael's secret place, where he keeps his specimens. He asks Sunggu why he has so many doubts and is very curious about them. He is supposed to meet Pietro today, but instead of Pietro, he is fighting with Kim Sunggu and asks him about his relationship with Pietro. Sung is beaten heavily by Nathanael. He is sitting inside the elevator as if he is dead. Nathanael smiles and thinks he is dead as he was with his other opponent because he is sincere during his fights. By looking at Sunggu's face, he realizes that even though he is beaten so hard by him, he has no injuries on his face. That is also surprising for Nathanael. He thinks he puts all his strength into killing Sunggu, but he somehow manages to dodge them all. Then suddenly, Sunggu gets up and excuses Nathanael for his bad manners as he is getting some rest because he is bored, which puts Nathanael in great anger. Sunggu asks if he said earlier that he was sincere and would come again. He will be honest this time too. This will be a sincere deal now. Nathanael attacks again in great anger and with great strength. Meanwhile, in the control room, Peter's friend, along with her dong and his subordinate, is watching this all. They are ensuring that Kim Sunggu is being attacked or not. Yes, he is attacked as he is pushed back. His assistant asks her if she is not worried about her friend. She replied that she was not concerned with him as she had heard a fascinating story about him long ago. When he was training about 55 years ago, there was a bunch of kids getting training, and then their teacher asked them a question. What do they think is the source of strength? One replies that the ability to make calm decisions. On answers that weapon and skills, Kim Sunggu believes that it will be a technique that can kill anyone, but no, the strength is to have a strong body. The teacher replies that all the answers are good, and then he asks all the kids to break this boulder. After watching this boulder, all the students were shocked at how they could break it without any weapon or help. The teacher replied that all of them have completed their Hell Week, so they should be able to break it now. Students replied that they couldn't break this boulder. Meanwhile, Pietro is going away for some distance. Other students ask him where he is going. But Pietro was going to cover his hands with straps to avoid any injuries on his hand. Others mocked him about how he would do that when they couldn't. Pietro is silently listening to this all, and he covers his hands with those straps and starts punching on the boulder. Other students laugh that he can't do that in this way. They all leave him alone as they can't do that because they can't break that boulder. Peter continues to hit the boulder. The night goes. The next day is up, and it's also gone. After 1 month, when other students appeared on that spot to see Pietro as they had training for a month, but Pietro hadn't attended a training class for a month, they saw a boulder placed there. They thought Pietro had failed to break that. They claimed that all the time they were pissed because everyone gave Pietro special attention and favor, but see, he didn't manage to break a boulder after a month. But then suddenly, one student saw lots of boulder pieces thrown in the ditch, stunning everyone. They can't believe that Pietro broke these all. The scene shifts to the hospital, where they are still fighting. Nathanael asks Kim Sunggu if he knows how much power a human can exert. The world's most muscular man is known for his strength. He can lift 524 kilograms, even if he can't match Nathanael's standard, but how does Sunggu bear this all? He is sure a person with this much strength must have any supernatural power. Kim Sunggu questions Nathanael while smiling, asking if he has been hit by a car earlier in his life. Nathanael can't believe his question, and suddenly Sunggu replies that his strike will hurt him more than that. By saying this, Sunggu hits Nathanael and throws him away for a distance. He continues to rush at him and hit him with great power. Nathanael looks in doubt after bearing such power. Sunggu's friend in the control room thinks that Sunggu has won, as Nathanael will find it hard to survive after those nasty blows. Then suddenly, something shocks them as they see that Nathanael tells Sunggu that he won't understand why Nathanael is still alive, and Sunggu's hand with which he is striking Nathanael is covered in wounds. He then reminds Sunggu that what he said to him earlier about human evolution is decided by him, and Kim Sunggu will be the first person who will see this. While saying this, he starts removing his shirt. That left Sunggu in shock after watching his body. He thought about what he had done with his own body. Nathanael replies that it is his evolutionary legacy. His body is so powerful, but its color is red instead of white, as are his face and hands. Nathanael asks Sunggu why he is shocked after seeing his physical strength. Kim Sunggu is surprised and questions what he has done with his body. Nathanael asked Sunggu whether he had heard about anti-fragility before. He then explained that if he is unable to kill him, then the pain he would inflict on Nathanael would only make him stronger. As his muscles become more challenging and rip and recover, he rips them to strengthen them. He also developed a drug that can dramatically shorten his recovery time. The more he gets hit, the stronger his body becomes. And he assures Sunggu that the probability of his winning against him is approximately 0. He again attacks Sunggu with great agility, speed, and power by saying this. Sunggu realized that if he caught him, then surely he would die. Nathanael consistently drops hard punches on Sunggu, but Sunggu somehow manages to block all his lethal blows. Nathanael then tries to grasp Sunggu's neck and tries to rip him down with great strength. Nathanael is shocked to see that he survived, as no one has survived after they were within his grasp. Nathanael is sure that he has grabbed his neck, but at the time, he expresses reflexes as inside in 1 second. In that slight moment, Sunggu puts his hands inside and creates a space for him to escape. Nathanael is surprised that he made all his decisions in that little margin of time and even avoided his hand when he tried to grab his neck. Nathanael is very much impressed by his reflexes. Sung is taking a deep breath, thinking he somehow managed to escape, but Nathanael only managed to grab him for a moment. He manages to put his nail through his hand, and his hand becomes red when his nail hits it. Sung is sure about one thing: if he manages to catch him again, he won't be able to escape. Nathanael tells Sunggu that he has looked at his medical chart. He has peaked in every aspect to be a ranked killer, but he is more potent than some ranked killers. Nathanael tells Sunggu that he can't beat him as he is still evolving. Nathanael again offers Sunggu the chance to beg for his life by touching his foot, so he can spare his life and transform him into a fantastic thing. Sunggu raises his hand as if he is about to accept his offer. Sunggu's helper girl, along with his assistant, is afraid to see this, as if he surrenders, then they will be found dead. Sung tells Nathanael that he was right about him in their first meeting and that he is different from others. He mocks Nathanael by telling him that he wants to become more vital for the rude Braits and that discipline is the only answer. After hearing this, Nathanael turns red due to anger and rushes towards Sunggu. He tries to hit him again, but Sunggu dodges all his tricks. They are beating each other very hard. Sunggu's helpers can't believe their eyes when they look at what they are looking at, and they are sure that this fight is not between two humans. Nathanael is shocked that Sunggu manages to dodge all his moves and claims he is solid and different from the people he has fought against until now. He is pleased and motivated to continue evolving as they fight, and he expresses his enjoyment through this fight. He is very excited to assume how strong he will be and how tough he will become. They continue to attack each other. Nathanael is suspicious about Sunggu's ability as, after seeing his medical chart, he has proven robust already. Still, there is also something behind his medical chart on which he relies to continue this fight. He questions why he hasn't surrendered yet. Nathanael tells Sunggu in anger that if he begs for his life now, he won't spare him now, but he will break all his bones and cut all the cells of his body. He is attacking hard and trying his every move to kill Sungu, claiming that the last thing Sungu will see now is his fist. By dodging his punches, Sungu repeats his evolution process as the more he gets hit, the stronger his fists become. With that, if muscles go into shock, then they tear, and in that process, they become more prominent and more challenging, and he has shortened the time of muscles recovery. So Sungu waited and waited to become him more muscular and his muscles to become more extensive. With that, muscle swells and swollen muscles are so rigid to press on all the bones and nerves in the body that will make his body rendering and he will become useless. Nathanael realizes he cannot move his body and misses Sungu's head while punching and hitting the ground. He learned his complete focus was on fighting, and he couldn't recognize that his body was becoming stiffer. Sungu realized the side effect of his blessing in less than 10 minutes, but he couldn't feel it. With that, Sungu kicks Nathanael hard, throwing him far away. Nathanael thinks that it is not possible, and it can't happen to him. How many people have been killed to obtain power, from his most muscular leg to the most potent fist and strongest gang? He even rips his muscles by himself to modify his muscles to be a perfect human. But he is about to die at the hands of this young D-ranked killer. That's against his grace. While smiling, he picks up a flower from his shoe as it is a drug that he put for others to kill. But now he is using it for himself, as this drug has the side effect of deteriorating his muscles and it will turn him into the ultimate organism. After eating that drug, he tells Sungu that he has the right to see the end of his evolution, and right after 3 minutes, he will no longer be in this world. Suddenly, blood is coming out from his mouth, and his eyes become red. He attacks Sungu for the last time as he is going to combust himself right now. His final evolution and his punch are at the highest stage of evolution he has ever reached, but Sungu is still able to dodge all his moves. He thinks he is only fighting against one person, but seems to be up against an army of thousands of fighters. He is getting some strange feelings from this person named Kim Sungu, who is registered as a D-ranked killer with this small hexagon on his medical chart. Still, he has mountains of experience that a disciple like him cannot surpass. He realized that this young Sungu had mounts of expertise above the sky and chased it for his life. The man he always chased to have achieved this state of God, none other than Pietro. Before his death, Nathanael remembers his life from childhood, from taking the oath to be the head of the Glory Hospital. When he took the oath, he swore to God that he would volunteer for humanity, would use his medical conscience and dignity to serve society, no matter what the situation would be. He would never use his medical knowledge for any maleficence. The audience can't believe that a kid of 13 years of age, how genius he will be to be the head of the Glory Hospital at this age. Nathanael then remembered his birth. He wasn't happy with the way he was born in August 1994. He remembered when he was admitted to the hospital and a patient kid next to his bed was celebrating charismas when his father came as a Santa to surprise him and made his happy. The kid asks Santa for gifts and asked Hyun-il that he would also need to get his gift from Santa Claus too. But Hyun-il is sitting on his bed with a disappointment in himself. He was born weak and apprehensive that other kids were healthy, but he was weak. He thought that if he was chosen to be born weak, then there might be a reason for that. But he didn't know that reason yet. Hyun-il was watching cartoons on television when he saw the red marsh crawfish choose its old shell and create a new one. He realized that by shedding its skin, the crawfish made its body more robust and more prominent. He thought that maybe God was also telling him to do what a normal human being is unable to do. Then he made up his mind that he would be the person who would achieve that feat and smiled like he had found his reason to be on Earth. Then he remembered the case he had mishandled, which caused a patient to expire. Back in 2012, a patient an emergency who was hot and had gone into cardiac arrest. There wasn't much time for him if he wouldn't be able to get treatment as soon as possible. He was a serial killer and other doctors were afraid to treat him, and discussing with each other that who will treat him, Dr. Na Hyun-il thinks that why are other doctors not treating him, as it is just a medical responsibility for every doctor to treat every patient with the same manner. He started his surgery and was amazed to see his vast and robust body. First time in his career he was so nervous because, in his entire life, he wanted to be stronger like him. He was amazed to see that from all the patients he deals with he has the most substantial body out of all. He was in shock while thinking that how he manages to get such body. He looked so excited too, as he wanted to see inside his muscular body. Back in his mind during surgery, he thought he was just a doctor, so he had the duty to preserve and evolve humanity. He continues to think back of his mind that humanity is decreasing. So for someone like him who is born to serve humanity is a blessing for humanity. His thinking adds that if all humanity becomes more muscular, then he will be happy for them as well. He thought he also needed to shed his skin and become more substantial about how long he would live. The world pushes back. The weaker and stronger take their place, so they must be more robust. He wasn't in his senses during surgery, but he was sure that he was stitching up an organ. When he got his senses, he realized that he had opened up his brain. After seeing this, he feared it, ran away, and hid in a small city in South America. The reason why he hid in that city is that he would get several bodies here, so he could do his research on overflowing. He observed phenomena in his study, such as the fact that by killing strong people, he will become stronger. He created a new humanity that hadn't received strong DNA from his father, but through reinforcing his parts. That's his story, and that's how he became more robust than he is now. Songu beats him hard, which throws him far away from him, causing the floor to be broken and the walls as well. Nathanael is stuck beside the capsule he reserved for Pietro to put him in after killing him, resulting in him being there himself and realizing that his sign is broken, and he is unable to move even an inch. All muscles of his body are also ruptured. Sung told him to avoid moving as it would only drive more nails into his coffin. Nathanael asked Sungu the last thing he had researched for 30 years to be stronger and stronger, and he endured himself every day, but what did Kim Sungu do to become that stronger as he was still unable to understand that point? Sungu replies that he answers that there is a way he can't copy, and then he will be able to understand. Sungu realized he had so much tenacity in himself, but he invested 60 years of hard work to be like that. By saying this, he is leaving him there to die. Nathanael is shocked to hear about 60 years. By his physique, he looks like a 30-year-old young man, but then he realizes he isn't Kim Sungu, but the legend Pietro he is. He smiled and realized that there were many things he couldn't understand as a doctor, but his wish to meet him before dying is fulfilled today. By saying this, he closes his eyes and is no longer with us. With that, the fight finished at the Honor Hospital. Investigation teams arrived, capturing images of the place of the incident and gathering the dead bodies of all the Brazilian killers, including Nathanael. Sungu deleted all the information about the glory killers before leaving that place. The scene changes, where the teacher taking them all in his van. It looks like he is dropping them off at their residences, and the Dokko brothers ask the teacher if it might be time to level them up from D to C rank. The teacher said it was more challenging than walking in the park and laughing. They tell the teacher that he didn't see their fight against Brazilian killers there, and then maybe he will be able to level them up. At their request, Lee Yuna acknowledged that they had fought well and had not told the teacher lies. Last week, Songu and Lee Yuna were sitting in the van. Lee Yuna looked worried as she was given hope at least by Nathanael telling her that there was a $4-5 billion blood serum that could help to cure his brother, but that hope ended with Nathanael. Songu asks her if she is sad because of her younger brother. She stares at Songu with amazement and tries to cover her emotion by answering that she couldn't eat food at the school cafeteria for the past few days, and she is thinking about it. She whispers to herself as Nathanael destroys the serum. Everything becomes meaningless for her now. Songu replied that it was true, but she could not believe herself. She would indeed find some other way soon. Meanwhile, the van reaches the school. They are all getting out, and the brothers are pleased about reaching their homeland. They are just 10 minutes away from Korea, but they can smell it from there. They say goodbye to their teacher when he goes to his apartment. Sungu reminded Lee Yuna that maybe she had left her bag in the van, so she needed to take that before leaving, but she replied that it did not belong to her. Sungu replies that taking it may have left it behind, or it could be helpful for Yujin. She picks it up with shock at how he knows her brother's name. She starts opening it, crying after seeing the blood serum inside that briefcase and calling Sungu's name in thanking way. Before leaving, Sungu tells her that Nathanael couldn't destroy it. She hugs that briefcase and cries in happiness that his brother can live his life now. The chairman of the Glory Club visits the hospital, where his assistant briefs him that they have shifted all the patients to another hospital and no one was able to know about what just happened inside the hospital. After seeing the destruction, the chairman still can't believe that humans fought there. He has also blocked media coverage. Chairman questions if Pietro did that. He acknowledged the chairman and told him they had a CCTV shot of him. but there was no proof of him entering and exiting, as if they had just seen a ghost. After hearing a ghost word from the assistant, someone appeared from behind, pulled out his sword, ripped out the head of the assistant, and asked him how he dared call Pietro a ghost. How dare he say his ghost in front of her? He then questions the chairman if he is angry with her as she has just killed boss's assistant, and he replies no. Looks like Pietro will now face the sword of the ghosts as his enemy. The scene changes where the teacher is giving a new task to Lee Yuna, Kim Sung-gu, and the Dokko brothers as the teacher sends them somewhere as a volunteer 500 kilometers away from their school. After hearing this, the Dokko brothers proudly whisper to each other that their demand has increased as it's not long since they returned their mission, and now they are getting another one. They think they are so popular, but being famous is tiring too, as they need more rest. They then ask the teacher about the mission, whether assassination or espionage. Lee Yuna looks irritated by the talking of the Dokko brothers and thinks they don't have any occasion to go without commenting. The teacher explained to them that this mission was given to them as a volunteer, which is why this volunteering club exists. The teacher advised them to do their best on this mission too. The scene shifts to an island. They all reach there as it is their volunteer mission's place, and it is shocking for them to see that they have to serve the school. The Dokko brothers look as disappointed as they need to serve kids here. They didn't know about that. They realized that it was a volunteering. Sungu tells Nuna that the brothers are so annoying. Nuna replies that they used to be like that, so avoid them as they have to volunteer for the club to be acknowledged by the school. The Dokko brothers try to entertain the kids at school by lying on the floor and showing them some tricks, but in their minds, they are so frustrated that they are here to volunteer for glory. They feel it is humiliating to be their slaves. Then suddenly, a beautiful girl appeared on the spot and asked them if they were there for volunteer work. This girl is Yu-Il High School's teacher, and her name is Yejin. The Dokko brothers are stunned to see her when she says there are many weeds in the school garden. Until she finishes his sentence, the Dokko brothers start plucking seeds in a hurry, and they are plucking out flowers too. Dokko brothers explain to her that they have volunteered throughout their lives, so be relaxed and let them handle this, but Yejin shouts not to pluck those flowers. Lee Yuna and Kim Sung-gu watched their flirting behaviors from behind. Lee Yuna and Kim Sung-gu still couldn't understand why the teacher had sent them there, as this place was not close to their school but was 500 kilometers away from Seoul. Meanwhile, the teacher is also still determining their mission as he got the instructions from the headquarters. But he advised them to be careful, not cause trouble, and not reveal themselves to others. Kim Sung-gu also thinks deeply about the reason and leaves the ground. Lee Yuna is surprised to see Kim Sung-gu in that deep thought as she has seen him like this before. While cleaning the weeds, the Dokko brothers ask Yejin if she is a student. She replies that she is a teacher and acknowledges that they consider her so young as if she looks like a student. She smiles. The Dokko brothers tell her in a naughty way to stop looking at them like that as they are now students here and she is their teacher. In the next scene, the school's caretaker welcomes the Dokko brothers, Lee Yuna and Kim Sung-gu. Yejin tells them that he is the taker of the school, and the caretaker tells them that that's the only school in this island village, and its name is Yu-Il High School. They ask the caretaker if this school was already so clean and what they needed to do there. He replied that the school was clean, but the backside was so dirty because other people used it, so maybe it was so messy. The caretaker then asked them to follow him, and he would lead them to the backside of the school. Lee Yuna is still worried that something is wrong here, as they bring us far away only to do this job. On their way back to the school's backyard, the two fat and rough guys cut their way and demanded their rent. They remind them that they are living comfortably here just because of them, and the caretaker explains to them that their school is so poor right now and they are not even able to turn on the heaters for students. The rascals replied him that they are poor too and also don't have money to turn on the heaters, that are why they are using newspapers for that. Meanwhile, the caretaker offers them a basket full of potatoes and tells them that they grow them there, so these are so fresh. The rascals hold the basket and throw it back to the caretaker. They warn him that they are behaving politely to him, but he is not taking it seriously. The teacher stops them from beating him, and they reply that they are businessmen, which irritates them when they break their rules. Lee Yuna stopped Kim Sung-gu to stay away from that as their teacher, Gwangju, advised them not to be involved in any fight. The teacher, Yejin, explained to them that they were poor and didn't have money. They could check this by looking around as they run their school on donations. One of the rascals comes closer to the teacher and tells her that there might be another way to earn money, such as holding her face, trying to harass her, and telling her that she can earn money. Then suddenly, the Dogko brothers get involved and put his hand between their faces by telling him that a man's hand doesn't exist to hit a woman, but to protect her. When he was saying this, another rascal hit a powerful punch on his face and told him that his fist exists to beat people like him. The teacher asked them not to beat them as they were just students. That punch hurts the Dogko brothers as it starts bleeding from their nose. They won the Dogko brothers hard and went away. In the next scene, the Dogko brothers lying on the hospital bed as they are badly injured. Their faces are so swollen. The teacher comes and asks about their condition. They told her not to worry about them, but to worry about those rascals who beat them hard. Meanwhile, the caretaker admires their luck by saying they are gangsters and have nothing to do but go around and ask for rent. The teacher admires their effort as they clean up the school well, and all the other students are happy now. She then leaves them by telling them to rest and that they will meet tomorrow. Sung then taunts the Dogko brothers by asking about their health and calling them captain. But Sungu admires them. They have learned a lot as a strong person hold back when they need to hold back. The scene shifts, and it is night outside and the sky is full of beautiful stars. Lee Yuna is sitting on the swing and thinking about that night when Sungu gives her a briefcase with blood serum for his younger brother, and she doesn't say thanks to Sungu yet. When she's thinking about that, suddenly Sungu appears in the scene and asks her if she is thinking about her brother after seeing the children here today. His sudden arrival fears Lee Yuna, and she shivered in fear. Sungu asked her as if she saw a ghost. She asks him why he always appeared like that. She then calls Kim Sungu by name and tells him she wanted to say something for so long. She then managed to say thank him. Sungu recalls the scene when she asked him to come to the clock tower in the park and not in the lobby. He tells her that she might be scared because she couldn't protect him back then. She admires his bravery in that fight. Sungu replies that it was normal for him, nothing special. Then Lee Yuna asks him if she is curious about something, and if she is doubtful that he might have a relationship with Pietro and something like that. She claims that she has seen so many killers in her life, but hasn't seen a strong person like him, and he even defeated Nathaniel. And it's also strange for her to know that he is a D-rank killer with that level of skills in glory. Kim Sungu replied that he would tell her everything in time. Lee bows down her head and keeps sitting on the swing. She again thanked Kim Sungu, but he acted like he didn't hear her and asked her what she was saying. She repeated that she was thanking him, but again he acted like he was deaf and asked again. Lee looked irritated and shouted that she said thanks. She realized that Kim Sungu was doing it intentionally and went away. While sitting alone, Sungu thinks that the Dogko brothers and Lee Yuna have greatly improved. Meanwhile, Kim Sungu walks through the school's lobby as if he is going somewhere. Sungu reaches the school's caretaker's office. The caretaker was sitting on his chair with his back towards the door. He realized someone had entered his office, so he asked how he could help him. When he discovers that it's Kim Sungu, he tells him that he has not slept yet, and that if he continues sleeping late, his bones will rot when he gets older. Sung tells him it will be good for him if he rots away his belly fat. The caretaker laughs by repeating, his belly fat. After saying this, Sungu tries to leave his office, and suddenly, the caretaker tells him that he has spent a decade smelling the scent of blood. Sungu stopped at the door and heard this. He asked Sungu if he could cover the smell of blood with his clumsy acting. By removing the cap and his gloves, he claims Sungu has a powerful smell of blood. Sungu answers him that he has come here not to cause any problems as he is a volunteer here, but he only has one goal to come here, and that is Disciple Simon, the one who can wield the sword the best in this world. When Sungu turns back, he sees that the caretaker is Disciple Simon, who pulls his sword from his cover. Simon is Glory's best swordsman. Simon replied to Sungu that he had searched well, and should know that he would be dead soon now. Then Simon starts slashing his sword by repeating an old quote, as all are bound to create a small opening when they have swung their sword, and that small opening gives their opponent a chance to counterattack. But he thinks that his opponents seem to read his mind already. By saying this, he started slashing his sword at Sungu and pushed him out of his office to the lawn outside the school, where he only managed to cut bamboo trees as Sungu dodged all his slashes with his sheer speed and experience. Simon thinks that it doesn't matter how strong a weapon his opponent is wielding. He can avoid bullets, but no one can prevent his sword's slash yet. In the short time of his attack, he pushed Sungu into the corner and allowed him to only dodge instead of counterattack. Sungu wonders if the swirling sword saint disciple Simon is the greatest swordsman in the world. Simon claims that only 2 people managed to dodge his 10 strikes, one standing before him and the other being the legend Pietro. He again starts slashing on Sungu, but Sungu again manages to dodge them all. It creates curiosity in their mind of Simon, and he thinks that the way they walk, stalk, smell, and everyone has different behaviors. He is still determining at the beginning since he might be wrong, as it is almost impossible, but after this fight, Simon is sure that disciple Simon welcomes disciple Pietro. He drops his sword and bows down on one leg to greet Pietro. He tells Sungu that he misses him a lot. He asked Pietro if he had reincarnated. Pietro replied that Simon thought he was dead. Pietro also couldn't believe it was him. Simon admires Pietro as he looks good and excellent at this young age. Simon claims that Pietro is acting well now, which he has never done before. Simon also admires his hairstyle. Pietro replied that when he woke up, it was like that. Pietro is glad to meet and admires him for keeping the title of the strongest, and unrivaled swordsmanship is befitting. Simon replied that he doubted that it might be him, so he wouldn't slash appropriately on him. Pietro acknowledges that he is still as skillful as always. Simon claims that he hasn't held a sword for several years, so it was pretty awkward to hold it again. But it's all because of Pietro, who taught him all this. Simon is curious why Pietro traveled this far in the countryside here. Pietro asks him if he heard about Nathanael's death and the news about Divine Hospital. Simon answers that he has heard about it. Shockingly, Simon asks Pietro if he did this all. Pietro replied that the things turned out like that. Simon was wondering who could do such things, and now he realized that it was the fabulous Pietro. He then asks Pietro why that is, and Pietro replies that he has started eradicating glory. Simon shows his concern that even if Pietro starts to do that, he should know how dangerous the glory is now and asks his permission to allow him to join him in that mission. Pietro tells him to stay here and keep on cleaning the school. Simon insists Pietro let him go with him, but Pietro refuses. He reminds Pietro of his hard work and the time he has spent hiding here in the mountains so as not to waste it like that. Simon recalls some old days, a night when Pietro stopped him. If he hadn't stopped him that night, Simon wouldn't be alive now. He reminds his father, who founded the Glory Club 60 years ago, and of all the children who grew up there, including himself, his father selected only 12. From that day, they all took the dirt from the hills like food, and every day was a day of survival for them all. After getting harsh and hell-like training, only 12 of them managed to survive and became the nation's secret agents and the 12 disciples. Before anyone knew about them, the glory impacted the whole world. But then suddenly, a bad thing happened one day when a young boy came to the honor orphanage. No one knew why he came there, but his father adopted him. As time lapsed, that child started keeping his eye on the crown of his father, and one day he killed his father and took his crown. When Simon came to know about that, he rushes towards him to kill him, but Pietro stops him and tells him that it's not their day and it is not the right time to do this. That day, he took over Glory Orphanage and turned it into a dirty assassin organization stained by blood and corruption. Pietro tells Simon that he had no power then, but now he has obtained youth as his best weapon, so stand there and watch him eradicate the glory. The one who will eliminate the glory will be him. The next day, they are all packed up to go back, but the kids are gathered around Kim Sungu. The Dokgo brothers think that they have done their best to win their hearts, but now they are all attracted by Sungu. The teacher worries about those gangsters and that they will return more harshly now, but thankfully they didn't come today. The Dokgo tells her that they won't come back now. Late at night, the Dokgo brothers capture them on the boat while tying their hands and hang them on the corner of the ship as if to throw them in the river and threaten them not to come back again and blackmail the school's staff. The brothers told them they were killers and they wouldn't spare their lives if they again went to the school. That puts fear in the gangster's mind, and he pardons the Dokgo brothers and promises they won't come back and disturb them. In the morning, they are about to return to school. They are all greeted on the shore, and the teacher is thanking them for making some good memories. The caretakers joke with them by thanking them for coming here and being the only students of the U-Il High School on the only island. The Dokgo brothers again flirt with the teacher and tell her they will return there every year. Simon again gives all his rights to Pietro so that Simon does not call him. Pietro thanked him and prayed for his safety while leaving. It is raining heavily at night, and Simon is reading the newspaper in his office as usual when he puts off his cap, while saying that it's so strange that he has been receiving joyous things in the recent few days, as he realizes that someone has entered in his office as he wasn't expecting visitors tonight. Simon claims that she is not here as a volunteer. Simon asks her the reason behind his visit. She looks happy to find Simon here and calls him with his title as one of Father Gabriel's 12 disciples, Disciple Simon, a swirling sword saint, Korea's best swordsman. Simon replies to her with her introduction as if he knows her already as a woman who uses the sword, along with a bear-like man. Simon calls her the New Glory's fake Simon, as he has heard. She is the strongest swordsman in Japan. She looked a bit shocked at how he knew her. She drew out her sword with excitement. Simon asks her the purpose of the visit. Is it to take his title? She tells him she is not interested in titles, but in a lot of money. Simon puts out his jacket, picks up his sword, and asks how he can help her as she has traveled a lot to come here, but she won't get any money from him. Simon also claims that she is wrong in that he is not only Korea's strongest swordsman, but also the best in the world. By saying this, he keeps his fighting position with his mighty sword, and she is also sure that his travel will prove wrong to her. Simon acknowledges her by telling her that he treats his guests very well, and the fight begins to the death. They both attacked each other and slashed their swords at them as if they didn't have any way back. It's still raining heavily outside, and the light of swords when they hit each other is coming out of the window. That was a short but powerful attack. They both threw their swords at each other and managed to cut each other. But Simon only had one cut on his right arm, while the ghost girl had several cuts on his entire body, including her legs. She admires Simon's ability, as she was expecting this all because she has heard a lot about his reputation as the swirling sword saint, but it looks like he is not on his highest level of skills and speed because of his age. Simon replies that she is right, and he last touched his sword a few years ago, so he has become a bit rusty. He threatens her that if he had at his young age level, she would have died already. Meanwhile, that ghost girl puffs some perfume on her face and prevents Simon from stopping admiring himself and rushing toward him again. Simon acknowledges her swordsmanship, but he looks more worried about the guy standing behind her. He thinks he can only tackle them in an open place. Simon defends himself from her attack as she broke some things in the school, and Simon warns her that he will sue her too for that damage as this school is public property. She replies willfully, saying she doesn't care about that because she will kill Simon soon. After that, Simon runs out of the room, breaking the window and running towards the forest to tackle them both in an open and broad place. The ghost girl thinks this older man is running for his life and starts following him, but his companion asks if it will be okay as it is raining heavily outside. She replies that it won't even stop her from killing Simon. While running towards the open place, Simon continues cutting the plants as he believes they will help sharpen the sword, which is the essence behind it. He then recalls that her sword's essence is something else as her sword is like a saw that slices through human flesh. Although she hasn't cut him many times, those teeth are broad and can cut deep inside the skin, so he has to be very careful with her sword. Simon also doubts that they are not what they look like. They are hiding something. In the next scene, Simon is standing in an open and broad place while the other two killers reach that place too by following him. Simon explains to her why he is known as the Swirling Sword Saint, because he can cut the air, the waves, and even the rain, and he can kill everything. She answers that she doesn't care about that and demands Simon to finish this as soon as possible to save each other's time. The ghost's backup guy tells her he has become more dangerous now, and Simon acknowledges his knowledge. The backup guy asks the ghost girl to dodge Simon right now. Simon attacked this time with more skills and speed, but she managed to dodge his every attack and block it with his sword. She is impressed by Simon's speed and skills and realizes why he has had this repetition for over a decade. She learned why sworders around the world shivered to face him in fear. While she is thinking this all, Simon manages to cut her with more agility and throws her away on the ground as she cries in pain. Simon thinks he has him and prepares himself for the backup guy. Simon admires her skills, as this is the first time he has faced such a skillful fighter. Simon called the backup guy by saying him a buff man. That man admires Simon's skill of swordsmanship and tells him that if he hadn't stopped yielding his sword, then he would have been a great foe, but that is too late for him now. Simon is not sure that what is he talking about as he has lost his girl, but then he realized that something is coming out from his abdomen. When he looked down, he sees that there is a significant cut in his abdomen, and he is bleeding heavily from there. He tries to think when she was able to hit him, but he can't remember that moment. Simon stumbles in pain, as he is sure that he has sliced her, but a ghost possesses him. He is still in shock. Then suddenly, that girl stood up on her feet and started laughing at Simon, and corrected him by saying that he wasn't possessed, but hallucinated as she was hallucinating. Simon still thinks that when she has done this all, she reminds Simon that at the very beginning, when she used her perfume, that perfume was a hallucinogen. Simon realized that it was all an illusion then. Simon then motivates him that it is a test and tells her that he has prepared for a situation like that too. He thinks that he has swung his sword 1,000 times before. If he couldn't see a ghost, he needs to close his eyes, as for someone like him, vision is meaningless. After closing his eyes, he again rushes at that buff guy with a great swing of his sword. They are impressed by Simon's skills and admit that this is as frightening as they have heard. Simon continues to swing his sword and asks him to release his soul, the bloody ghost. She laughs at Simon and tells him she will teach him one thing now. That is why she is called a sword ghost. As her name implies, she is a ghost, and she can wield her sword and then manages to kill Simon. The scene shifts to the Glory School, where the Dokgo brothers are troubled and sad as they are not getting a reply from the teacher Yejin as she usually replies to them. They then show their mobile phone to Lee Yuna and Kim Sungu. Lee mocks them, saying that the teacher won't respond to such nonsense, but they show them a previous conversation in which they can see her replies too. The Dokgo brothers claim that the last time she sent them a picture that they could see, she wrote, "A woman who uses the sword, a bear like a man." That was the last picture they got from her. After that, she didn't reply. After seeing this, Sungu looks worried and goes away with his mobile in his hand. It seems like he is about to call someone. The Dokgo brothers ask Sungu for help, but he ignores them and continues calling someone. Meanwhile, Peter calls her friend Ji-won and asks her if she is free right now. Meanwhile, Sungu is with his friend Ji-won and Ji-won's assistant. That older man and her dog reach the island again. Ji-won asks Sungu why he took them here, as it is freezing. Sungu finds a box with a picture of a cruise ship. When he opens that box, he finds Simon's arm, which those ghosts placed there to see if Pietro comes after him. The ghost placed his guy there to see who would come after Simon and who would open up this box. Songu started thinking about the time they had spent last time here when he was requesting Songu to let him come with him to help Songu eradicate the Glory Club, but he refused and asked him to stay here and enjoy his undercover life. Looks like Songu regrets why he didn't allow Simon to join him. When he opened the box, he got his arm and wrote, "Dear Peter." Sung is in deep pain after seeing his old friend dead. Meanwhile, the ghost's assistant watching this all from some distance with a telescope, and he is reporting this to someone on a phone call. He is confirming to his master that the target has received his gift and reports to his master that he is confident that he is Peter as he can an older man with a girl and a young boy and a dog with them. As Peter is not alone. After this, all to his master. When he looked up again at the scene, he realized the young guy was missing. When he was about to search for him, that young man snatched his phone and said that he was borrowing his cell phone. Assistant stuns to see that he was there a moment before, and now he is here. How he came to know that I was watching them all from there. After snatching his phone, Peter asks his boss if she is the new Simon from the Glory. From behind, her subordinate tries to stab Peter. The ghost asks if she is now talking to Pietro. Peter replies that if she is calling herself a ghost. Peter tells her that he doesn't know how she grows daily, but that she is safe now. If she can't, then she is going to die painfully at the hands of a real ghost. Meanwhile, Pietro dodges his assistant and puts his knife in his hand. In the next scene, Sugu is traveling on the yacht and moving swiftly in the sea. Meanwhile, Sungu is talking to Ji-won over the phone. Ji-won tries to explain to Sungu that he should know how dangerous the place where he is going is. Sungu replies that he already knows about that. Ji-won explains that it is her house, as she is living on that cruise ship, which is very dangerous. As it is invisible, and has cruised around 6 continents and crossed 5 oceans, no one knows about their names, their social security numbers, and even the crew's identities are also unknown to everyone, and it is known as the Ghost Cruise. The ghost who kidnapped Simon is in that cruise too. They have yet to learn how they acquire that ship and who they are. Songu replies that at least they know with whom they are associated. Songu claims that if Korea has glory, Japan has them. Them is the killer organization that has operated in Japan since the Kamakura shogunate until now, and it's been around 1,000 years now. On the other hand, they have Eastern Japan's strongest Yakuza, famous among the public for being the inception of the Ghost's anecdote. He then recalls the case of the missing Yamagumi organization, which was celebrating its leader's 60th birthday on the day of the incident. There were around 2,000 people, and they all died on that day at the hands of 2 people. Ji-won remembers that it was a famous event, but it should not relate to a missing person case as it was a massacre. It was 2 against 2,000 people. It is known as missing as they couldn't find any dead body at the place of the incident. The Japanese police immediately put a bounty on both of them, but they disappeared like ghosts. And now, after many years, they have revealed themselves, and she has become Korea's refurbished glory club Simon. Ji-won warns Sungu that if he already knows much about them, why is he going there alone? She reminds Sungu that she is a skilled disciple who manages to cut Simon's arm, and he is going to face them in the middle of the ocean. If he somehow manages to reach there, then he will surely die a futile death. Ji-won again asks Sungu if he wants to go there without any support. Sung is holding the picture of that cruise ship and claims that he doesn't care about how dangerous that place is. He only cares about how many people will be there to fight with, and he will make sure not to leave any survivor. Sung is going for revenge for his brother's blood, and he discloses to her that he has company this time. Sungu has the Dako brothers with him as a sweeper on his yacht, as they are furious about being sweepers and demanding Sungu keep them as his bodyguards instead. Sungu replies that he wants them not to come with him as it is not a joke anyway, and they can die actually, but the brothers look so determined as they claim that death for actual killers will be their last achievement. Then suddenly, someone calls Sungu from behind, and he is none other than the president of the Diha group, Choi Yuncheng. He asks Sungu if he likes the yacht. Sungu asked him to go inside as it was freezing outside. The brothers requested the president to let them be his bodyguards, as they were not supposed to be sweepers as they were Glory's killers. The president is sweating out in nervousness. Peter asks the reason. He replies that yes, he is nervous because, from the drugs and smuggled weapons to the priceless art pieces that have disappeared from the world and even the people, the cruise ship contains things that humans can only dream about, even though he is so powerful and wealthy. Still, he also needs permission to go on that person's boat. Sungu again looks thankful to the president for being the reason for him to go on that boat. While they were talking to themselves, a ghost cruise appeared before them. Sung is determined to find the sword ghost, and he will try to know what kind of person she is and where she is getting all that power, and then he will bring her down. Suddenly, their yacht is gathered around by the security yachts of the cruise and guides them to the cruise with them. This ghost cruise is also known as the Glory Club's unofficial base. The scene shifts to the cruise, where a rude VVIP is beating a girl and asking her to call her boss as she couldn't understand his language. Suddenly, the boss arrives and asks him to calm down and not address her wrongly as she will get upset now. She also corrected him and said he was not the boss but the madam, and she smiled. Her name is Simon, and she is the manager of the ghost cruise. She is also known as Sword Ghost. She is with her guard. She offers for the president to let her go into her room and talk there, but the president looks so angry and warns her that if she doesn't know him, he can throw her out of the cruise as he is the CEO of the Dusang group. Simon puts her legs on the president's lap and tells him she will continue to do it here if he doesn't want to go in her room. She then touches his face. The president tells her that he is not an easy man, but Simon puts his face with her hand angrily and tells him that he is already drunk, but she will make him more intoxicated now. Then suddenly, the president starts shivering, his face becomes black, and he falls on the ground as if he is unable to breathe correctly and dies there. Simon orders his guard to throw him into the ocean. He grabs him by his neck, puts him on his shoulder, and asks her about Pietro if he will come here. She claims that he will surely be here after receiving her gift. He then asks what she will do if she finds the real Pietro on the cruise. She replies cleverly that she will kill him, and then she will get paid. She is anxious to meet Pietro. The Dako brothers are surprised that the cruise has a busing club, a pool, and a luxurious hotel, and the wealthy worldwide have gathered there. They start cleaning the path and yelling to each other that there must be no dust in the path of VVIPs. One VVIP noticed them while cleaning and admired their job by donating some dollars to them. They thanked him and started counting the dollars as 100 equals 100,000 won, and they got 1 million won in general. They are so happy that they get 1 million won just by cleaning the floor, and if they continue to do that, they will soon be rich. They are very excited and dancing in excitement. An announcement occurs to gather everyone's attention. Madam Simon is on the stage with her guard, thanking everyone for coming here, and she is about to start an auction. Sungu recalls the note he got from Simon and realizes that she is the new Glory's fake Simon and he is looking after her. Simon discloses a product, a Fodorok, and asks the audience about their thoughts on the world's most potent weapon. A bomb, a tank, a fighter plane, or a nuclear missile. These weapons are nothing if they compare them with this small item. It can kill several hundreds of thousands of people in 2 minutes. It is Fodorok, a biochemical weapon. Sung needs clarification about how she manages to capture Simon, as it looks like she cannot capture him, but how she has done that. The audience started asking questions about the product as if it was the same Fodorok developed by the former Soviet Union. It was destroyed because it was too dangerous to handle. How did she get that? She explains that it's more silent than a bullet and more painful than a bomb. Suddenly, an older man from the audience claiming that it was his product, and how dare she manage to steal it from them. That person is Viktor Igora, Russia's top arms dealer. He then ordered his guards to bring that to him. When his guard tries to go up the stairs, Simon's guard stops them by putting his hand on their face and warns them that they can't cross that line, but they throw him away and reach the stage and ask Simon to cooperate with them and follow them if she doesn't want to hurt herself. Simon tells them that it will take some time to feel that. They suddenly fall to the ground and start shivering while holding their necks. Everyone, including Sungu, is shocked at how that happened as she didn't touch them. Meanwhile, their face started melting, and they are crying in pain. Sungu recalls that her guard tries to stop them by touching their face. Simon apologizes for the interruption and asks them to continue from where they were stopped. She tells them that the bid for the Fodorok will be tomorrow night, and the starting bid will be $200 million. She adds that there will be another unique item for them to be auctioned tomorrow night. That will be the item as no one from them could even imagine it might be there. It leaves everyone in shock as to what it will be. They demand that she show them today, but she asks them to wait for tomorrow. Pietro is curious about Simon and where he is, and then meanwhile the audience disperses, and Simon's bodyguard asks her if Pietro is among the audience. She replied that they would know by tomorrow. If he doesn't come here, then he won't be able to see his brother. Meanwhile, President and Kim Sungu are passing through the corridor, and the president tells Sungu that he is so hungry. It may be due to that nervousness, so let's go straight to the banquet hall and eat something. He warns Sungu, as he has seen her, to be careful of that woman. It doesn't matter what kind of VVIP they are, whether they're a businessman, woman, politician, or any other type, you must listen to her words on this boat. When he tells Sungu this, Simon calls him from behind and asks him to have dinner with her. Simon drags the president from his tie and offers him a multi-course meal. But the president tries to escape from her by telling her he has drunk too much wine, so he plans to skip dinner as the champagne is quite strong. Simon tries to force Mr. President, but then suddenly Sungu pushes her away from her shoulder and tells her to have dinner next time as the president is not feeling well today, and if she needs someone in her company, he can join her if she wants him to. By saying this, Sungu tries to escort the president by guiding him way ahead. Simon is impressed to see Sungu's guts and prepares herself to teach him a lesson. She again puffs her perfume on her face, tells Sungu that she needs someone to give her company during dinner, and offers him to join her. When she was catching Sungu's attention, she was interrupted by the Dokgo brothers. They appeared and said hello to her by calling her madam and introducing themselves. They were new sweepers here, and their names were Dokgo Hying and Dokgo Yi, and they cleaned everything she told them to do. Sung is unhappy due to their interruption and tries to tell them that she is interested in him more than they are, so they should leave but continue flirting with her. She leaves them and tells Sungu that he is lucky today. Sungu is a bit unconscious, and he tries to figure out the reason for that. She thinks that what she has done in that short period has caused him to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, the Dokgo brothers start cleaning the wall and telling each other they will get thousands of dollars from her if they serve well. The brothers are eager to serve her till their death to receive thousands of dollars regularly from the madam. They are ready to clean her feet if she wants them to. The scene shifts, where Madam Simon is taking a bath in her washroom while his guard stands behind the pillar to give protection. She is thinking about Pietro by admiring him that he manages to kill 100 Brazilian killers and even a disciple, Nathanael. Don't he think that he will be so hot and powerful? She asks her guard. She is curious about how a 70-year-old grandpa who is about to die can do that all when his opponent is a disciple who is at his full strength. His guard was also in doubt about whether he was Pietro, and claims that this place and the Divine Hospital are two different places to get through the ship's external radar and disguise, and the possibility of that older man entering their boat is almost impossible. They think that there might be someone who is pretending to be Pietro. But who can it be, and why is he trying to destroy the organization? His guard asks her what her plan is to capture that person. She points out Sterling Simon as they have him to trick Pietro into showing him to them. Madam Simon asks her guard if Pietro is bothering him, and who knows if he is a man or woman. She is curious to see who they are. The scene shifts, where Sungu turns himself into a room service guy and march through corridors in search of any clue about Simon. He thinks about their last meetings and how they spent their time that night, as Simon tells Pietro that he doesn't have any kin, and the only family he has is him, Pietro, who is not even blood related to him. He wishes to die before Pietro as he can't see Pietro hurt, and asks him to take good care of himself. Pietro replies that he won't die before fulfilling the promise that he had made with him. Simon is in shock after hearing this, as he can't believe that Pietro still remembers their good old days. Pietro then tells Simon that he is his only family and he will kill hundreds of thousands of people to order him back safely. Meanwhile, Madam Simon starts the auction in the auction hall. She introduces the first auction, as everyone is waiting for it. Pietro is still wandering here and there to find the trace of Simon, but he manages to interact with the guards of Simon as they are standing and gossiping in the corridor. They ask Pietro who he is, and Pietro replies that he is giving room service. They are curious as they have never seen an Asian staff on this cruise before. It looks like they have doubts about Pietro and whether he is the man whom their madam is looking for. After listening to this, Pietro beats them, puts them in his trolley, takes them into the kitchen, and kills them both. Pietro is searching for Simon in every corner of the ship, but he is still unable to find him. Then he thinks that only one place is left, the auction hall. On the other hand, Madam Simon started the auction in the auction hall with a check painter, which was made in wedding 708. Monty Mart's masterpiece was Princess Augusta's wedding gift. When her palace got fired, people thought it had been destroyed by then. She introduced its starting auction price as $1 million. The bid starts when one offers $110 million. Another offers $130, and then Senior Fasari bids at $135 million. She then asks the audience if anyone wants to provide more than that. If not, then this will be sold to Senior Fasari. As no one raised his hand, so she delivers The Glory of Italy, Monty Mart's masterpiece, to the Fasari family for $135 million. Then she introduced the real deal, the final item of today's auction. Madam Simon brought out a cage, which had been presented by tight security on the stage. She explained to spectators that she had done a lot of hard work to bring him here. She called him at the start of the day. The audience is also curious to know what's inside that cage, which has a lot of security. Some think there will be some jewel collection. Madam Simon replies that it is rarer than those jewels and Fodorok. She then opens the cage door and explains that she has prepared it for one person who will know its value. She adds that it is the showstopper of today's evening, as he is the Glory Club's best sword. He is a former disciple, Simon. She opens up the gate of the cage. That's where she is keeping Simon, and Simon is disabled inside the cage as his both hands are tied up with chains. His one hand is missing, which she cuts before and gifts to Pietro to gain his attention. She elaborates on his characteristics by saying that at his peak, he was the world's strongest swordsman, the great swirling sword saint. The audience looks familiar to him and tries to remember him by repeating his famous hiring sword saint title. Madam Simon then asks if Pietro likes that and if he is watching this or not. She thinks this must drive Pietro mad, as she is very curious when Pietro reveals himself to Simon. And if he doesn't reveal himself, then she is going to kill Simon. She then tries to judge the audience if she can judge Pietro by his expressions, as she thinks there will be only 2 expressions on the audience's face after seeing him. Some will be shocked to see him after that long time. In that condition, some will be very angry, and that angry person will be Pietro. They both start noticing the facial expressions of the audience. For one instance, she manages to glance at Pietro, but then she loses him, as she is confident he is in the audience. She is sure that it was Pietro, but he is gone now. She is sure that Pietro will surely come out after seeing Simon dying, so she starts Simon's auction, and the starting auction price is $10 million. She explains that if Pietro doesn't buy him, she will kill Simon right there. Pietro thinks that Simon has become bait for him because if he comes out to rescue him, he will be exposed, and he doesn't have $10 million for the bid, and if he places a bid, he will be exposed. Sunggu thinks that too many people in the audience will take him back from him by force. He is still on the way to save his brother. Madame Simon claims that it is a shame as, in the past, a Glory's disciple was worth more than a nuclear bomb, but now no one is ready to buy him. She tells Simon it will hurt him more as his brother refuses to rescue him. She then asks the audience if no one is ready to buy him because he has only one arm. Pietro is angry but can't do anything right now to save him. Madame Simon tells everyone that if no one wants to buy him, she will throw him away, and it will rot. She explains to the audience that she will count to 5, then she will kill him. She started counting, and the audience looked afraid when she completed the counting and was ready to kill him. Suddenly someone gives his offer to buy him for $20 million. Everyone is shocked to listen to that, including Sunggu. The person who bids for him is Deha Group's president, who claims that Deha Group will buy him for $20 million in cash. Madame Simon is curious about why President Choi Yun-chang is interfering, as she thinks he is their boss's closest aide. She repeats that if anyone else can offer more than that, she will end this auction and hand Simon over to Mr. President if there is no one. Sunggu notices that Mr. President is shivering in fear. Madame Simon congratulates Mr. Choi on his win and thinks he might be hiding something from her. The scene shifts, where Simon lying is on the bed in the room, and Sunggu and Choi are standing by him. Choi asks Sunggu if he is the one Sunggu was looking for. Sunggu answers and tells him he will be in great trouble now. Mr. President tells Sunggu not to blame himself as his ancestors had a close connection to the glory, so getting involved is not strange for him. He claims that he doesn't have another method to save him. Pietro thinks that if they didn't buy him, he would have died. Mr. President believes it is too dangerous to stay here, and they don't even have a safe way out from the ship now. Sunggu replied there was a way, as he had prepared a joker card for such situations. Meanwhile, Sunggu calls on the Dako brothers as if he is planning a way out with their help. They ask Sunggu about the reason for their call. Sunggu asks them what they have been doing for the last few days here. They usually take it non-seriously and reply that they are collecting money, and Sunggu needs to earn money in the same way if he wants to live as a killer. Sunggu reminds them that they are here to become legendary killers like Pietro, and tells them they have gone crazy as they have earned 15 million won in just 3 days. They asked Sunggu what they needed to do then, and Sunggu told them that something terrible was happening on the ship, and that they were the only 2 people who could resolve this as they had cleaned the boat from top to bottom. They replied that they had covered all the areas of the ship, including the VVIP's shoes. Sunggu admires them as if it will help them in their mission, as they will take a special A-rank mission now. Sunggu enters Simon's room, still lying on the bed unconsciously and huffing in pain. Sunggu again remembers their good old days when they wore their uniform for the first time and wished that this uniform would be natural for them, and they would be real students going to their schools, carrying lunch boxes prepared by their moms instead of guns and swords. Simon thinks that just wearing a uniform is not good. They need to go to school and attend their classes. Peter replies to him how they can hold pens with their bloodied hands. Simon replies that he was kidding. Pietro gives an idea to build a school as they can't go there, but they can create one for people experiencing poverty, the orphanage, and homeless kids. A school that can take care of those who don't have anything. Pietro asks Simon if they need to build such kind of school, and let's start work on it. Simon acknowledges the idea and smiles. Sunggu tries to wake Simon up and explain that they must go to school again, brother, as he promised. Sung is in deep pain to see Simon in that condition. While I can see the president standing outside the room and listening to everyone, meanwhile Madame Simon is passing through the corridor. She is furious with President Choi as he demolishes her plan to expose Pietro. She is angry about Mr. Choi's relationship with the swirling sword saint, which interferes with her plan. She is walking here and there with anger as she even wears her shoes on, and then her guard tries to put on her boots by telling her that she will hurt herself in her rage. Madam Simon orders his guard to kill Mr. Palm President. Guard looks shocked and reminds her that he is the head of Diha's group, and she can't kill him without getting permission from the boss, as he is the most important person for them to establish their kingdom of glory. Madam Simon furiously slaps the waiter and tells his guard as if she is not the boss of that ship. She claims that on this ship she is the queen and is the law, and then she orders his guard to send his men to kill Choi Yunchang and the swirling sword saint too. She thinks that by then, the old Pietro will have revealed himself. In the next scene, someone is knocking at the door of Choi's room, where he is reading a book, and Sunggu is standing by him. President thinks that he is surprised to find out who it will be. Sunggu replied that it would be room service as he ordered a drink for him and said he would get it. The president admires Sunggu that whatever he orders, they will eat. Sung is holding a tray and cup of tea, which tells him there is nothing to eat as he only has tea. He has returned the rest because the steak was very cold. While pouring his tea into the cup, the president thinks that Madam Simon hates him, and to think she does something to his food is hurting. The president tells Sunggu that he can spend a couple of days without eating anything as they have patients here, and Sunggu is young, so he might need a lot of food. Sunggu replies that he doesn't have any appetite yet. Sunggu wants to leave as if he has something to do, so he tells him he will be here before his tea ends. After getting out of that room, Sunggu enters another room where he throws the dead bodies of the guards and thinks that the best temperature to drink tea is 60 degrees. Still, the tea they received had a temperature over 75 degrees, and tells the guards before killing them that they have failed to be the best crewmen for Madam Simon. These are the killers Madam Simon sent after Mr. President and Simon, but Sunggu managed to figure them out and killed them before they got a sight of the President and Simon. The killers tried to warn Sunggu as they were 20 carrying guns, and he was alone, only pepper grinders in his hand. How did he face them all? Sung tells them they are bodyguards as they don't know anything, so come at him, and he will show them how scary these pepper grinders can be. The head of those killers is curious to see the confidence of Sunggu, that how brave this Asia guy is to go against 10 armed men. He reminds Sunggu that they are armed killers, but he is neither armed nor does he have any support with him, and is thinking about what he can do with those grinders. Killers believe that they know that to fight vigor is basis essential, but what this Asian is about to do. Sunggu starts taking his position and tells them that if they fight by trusting unquestioningly in their guns, they will indeed be met with a limit. Sung then claims that the top of the pepper grinder is sturdier than the bullets. Sung tries to take the center position of the killers so that half of the killers will be on both sides. The head of the killer is shocked again to see him running towards them without any hesitation. Sunggu starts hitting the temples of the killer with the grinder, putting them into doubt that he is a human. Sung tells the leader that the reason why he is still unable to pull the trigger is that their target is in the middle of a gunfield, and if they pull the trigger, they will only kill their allies. Then he throws the grinders at them, which causes them to blind as the pepper sticks in their eyes, and they are worried about why they cannot see anything. Just about when they can get their sight, Sunggu reaches them all individually and starts killing them. The scene shifts when a subordinate of the madam comes to her and tell her while stumbling that all the killers that they have just sent to kill Choi Yunchang are dead. Madam is curious because she selected them all on her visit to Somalia. She thinks that if they are all dead, then it means that the older man is hiding behind Choi Yunchang. When she was thinking about this, her assistant received a call from the restaurant when he tried to tell her. She looked nervous as she was asked to tell her immediately what had happened there. The assistant replied that Pietro had just arrived. When he finished telling her about the restaurant, he got the information about Pietro's presence in Choi's room. Then again, he got the news of Pietro's presence from the pool, and then from the control room, and after that from the casino. So they noticed his presence from all over the ship, which created a mess in Madam Simon's mind, as she thought that Pietro appeared in all the areas of the boat simultaneously. Madam shouts at his assistant to help figure out what is happening. Meanwhile, everyone is running here and there to save their lives, and the Dako brothers are enjoying this all as they create chaos. When Sunggu calls the brothers and assigns them a rank mission. Sungu asks them to spread rumor by telling everyone what she has done with the subordinates of the VIPs and killing them both, and after that, the VIP is also missing. No one knows about him until now. They will spread the news that Madam Simon is planning to kill all the VIPs of this ship. Sungu asks them to reap the fruits of their efforts. As they can wander around the boat as freely, they will continue to clean the vessel and spread rumors around the ship that Madam is planning to kill all the VIPs. They did the same. While cleaning the ships, they whispered in each other's ear that if he knew the Madam was planning to kill all the VIPs of the boat. They spread this rumor all over the ship. After spreading the rumor, they were asked to wait for Sungu as he would give them a signal. That signals are the shot of a gun, as if the Madam started to kill the VIPs. That gunshot will prove that their rumor is correct, and all the VIPs will run for their life. And that's precisely what they are seeing. Sungu further advised them that after the gunshot, they would scream that an Asian grandpa was fighting against the crew members, and tell everyone that Pietro has arrived. Subordinate of Madam Simon tries to explain her situation on the outside as it is not suitable for them, and someone has spread the rumors that Pietro is here, and someone else is saying that Madam Simon is planning to kill all the VIPs. They have tried to take control of the situation, but the VIPs are not listening to them. When he was telling her this all, Madam hit him with the silver plate and continued to hit his head until it turned into two. Her face was all red due to the blood of her subordinate and yelling how that old had arrived at her ship. She has gone mad in anger after listening to all of this. Then suddenly, his special assistant offers to capture Pietro, and he will bring him to her. He requests her to allow him to do that as he is sure he can. Madam smiles and tells her he doesn't need to do anything because he is like a mole. If she finds him, he hides in another hole. Then she comes closer to her assistant and tells him she has a way. She tells him that he must know what to do now. A good servant must trust and follow his boss. She adds that she will finish Pietro, and he reminds him that he knows what to do. She explains her plan that she will use pesticides, and with this, around 200,000 people will die. She sprays that pesticide all over the ship, and when Peter smells that pesticide, he becomes angry as that ghost sword is doing what she shouldn't do. People start dying due to that pesticide, which affects their lungs. Peter knows he will die in 1 minute if he breathes this effortlessly. He needs to go to the control room immediately and tell everyone to go to the roof without wasting time. He claims in his mind that the sword ghost doesn't know that he has experienced such situations so many times, and he knows very well how to get out of it. Pietro, thinking about that pesticide, which she sprayed all over the ship, concludes it as Fodorok, which is the former Soviet Union's worst invention, which can kill tens of thousands of people with just a few drops. She has released it through the ship, which can turn black hairs into white, and vomiting blood are all Fodorok's poisoning symptoms. The worst thing about Fodorok is not because of its lethality, but because the most terrifying thing is what happens after its release. It causes panic. That's what they see in the whole ship. The hallways, casino, lobby, and swimming pools. Everything has turned into hell. Pietro is thinking about the solution to save people who are panicking, and he needs to bring them all up to the deck by hook or crook. The quickest method was an emergency alarm, but as he went through every corner of the ship, he could not see it throughout the boat, as there were no emergency sirens or a broadcasting system on the whole ship. And he can't scream at people individually to bring them all to the deck. More importantly, how can he save Simon, who is in an unconscious state and huffing in pain? He runs towards Simon's room as he is in the most dangerous state. When he reaches close to the room by cutting the rush of panicked people, he finds that Mr. President is holding Simon on his shoulders and running out to take him to the deck. President tells Sungu that he will care for Simon and that he should find a safe place to escape. Mr. President reminds Sungu that how the Diha group has become the best in the world is skills and people, and when he gets them, he won't let them go, and that's the foundation of his business. He tells Sungu to go and do what he needs to do and not worry about Simon. Sung is pleased to remember the old days when he saved his life and gave him his cap, and now he has become an adult. Sung is not worried about Simon now. He is returning to find a way to save another's life. The president directs where the poisonous gas is spreading and asks him to return. He is also curious about what this young kid will do in this situation as he goes without a second thought. He is expecting an impossible from the Sungu. He had the same feeling about Sungu for Pietro when he came to save his life. Everyone is coughing blood out and begging for their lives. But Madame Simon is enjoying the champagne with music, as if celebrating her win against Pietro, President and Simon, wondering that they all might be dead now. She is happy that her boss won't recognize the corpse. Then suddenly, the ships start tilting. Madame Simon looks shocked and wonders what is happening to her boat. Scene shifts to 5 minutes earlier where Sungu is operating the boat's control, approaching the first ballast tank area and trying to open it. The primary purpose of these tanks is to float the ship on top of the water. As these large tanks are filled with water to balance the boat, he manages to drain the water from one tank because the vessel loses its balance and begins to tip. After seeing the ships tilt, everyone in a panic state will indeed find the way to the deck, as there are no emergency sirens, so people will understand the warning of the tilt and run towards the ship's deck.
Sungu was right as everyone screamed to go up. As the gas is dense, so it will sink towards the bottom. Sung leaves the control room, thinking he will eliminate Sword Ghost until the ship regains balance.
One person is shouting and showing others the way to the deck, but he is shot dead by the crew members as they don't want anyone to stay alive. They lock the door as well. They are claiming the other exits to the deck have been engulfed by the Fodorok gas. They are begging those crewmen that they will do whatever they want but open the door for them. The crew members realize that everyone is equal when they are being poisoned. When they were making fun of others, someone suddenly broke the door, throwing those crewmen away. It was the powerful by the Dakgoyi, whose trait is superhuman strength and grappling. People are happy to see that these sweepers saved their lives. Madame Simon is watching this from the terrace of her room when she gets the news about Pietro. He is in the auction hall, and her assistant tells her to go there to see Pietro. Madame Simon is preparing herself by thinking that Peter wants to die, so she will surely go there and kill him. She is not sure which perfume will suit Pietro. She believes that a unique perfume will be good, but then she picks up a perfume that she used against Simon, which will cause him to become drunk even if Peter doesn't smell it. She is wondering what he will feel after smelling this perfume. She is sure that he won't resist it, even though he is the legend Pietro. She picks up her perfume, holds her sword, and rushes towards the auction hall. She claims she was right about Choi as he worked with Pietro. When she enters the auction hall, she is shocked to see a guard of Choi and asking him about Pietro. Pietro is standing silently over the stage, then he picks up the mic and announces that he will start the final auction of the Ghost Cruise, and today's item is the new disciple who the Glory Club's new boss chooses. Sung then starts telling her about her other name, the head of the Wandering Ghost Blade, and Japan's strongest sword. Kong then started the bid by putting the starting price of 101. When he realized that it was too much, he decreased it to 51. When no one raised his hand, he again reduced it to 31, and then again decreased it to 20, then 10-1, as that's her worth, and mocks her that it is a quiet shame for her as no one wants to buy her. Still, he confirms to the Sword Ghost that he will give her what she deserves, 01. That turns the Madam furious, and she pulls out her sword to kill that kid. Before everything, Sungu asks her to tell them who won the fight that night, and if she believes she has defeated the Swirling Sword. He answers with no and pulls out the sword he is holding, telling her that she has a long way to go, and that he will show her the prime of swirling cut-through, which they used to cut their enemies together throughout the generations. His words stun the ghost and her special guard. She is curious about what relationship he has with Pietro.